Hello and welcome to the last final table of IPC Megastacks 2022. Well, let me give you a recap. We had total 3 events before this. The winner of the 25K kickoff event was Mr. Mahesh Shyam Sundar. The winner of the 100K high roller was Mr. Alok Birivar. The winner of the 15K mystery bounty was Mr. Vivek Singh. And now, we are here for the grand finale of 60K main event. The overall field was 334 players and the prize pool was 2 crores 40,000. After 2 days of grinding, we finally have our 8 finalists here. On seat 1, we have Aditya Sushant. Seat 2, we have Rajasekhar. Seat 3, Siddhanth Kripalani, our chip leader. Seat 4, Sumit Sapra. Seat 5, Thakur Anand Mohan. Seat 6, Niharika Bindra. Seat 7, J. Raju. And on seat 8, we have Siddharth Singhvi. The winner will take home 43.05 lakh and the glorious trophy. So let the grand battle begin. Over to our commentators.
Thank you so much, Palak. Here we are live from Casino Vegas here in Nepal, Java. This is me, Prajit Gambhir. With me, I have my friend and co-commentator Akshay Kapoor. You can see these beautiful visuals of Nepal, the monasteries, the temples, the landscape, the greenery, everything about this trip here to Nepal has been just phenomenal. And by that, I mean not just the gameplay, but also the city. Now here we are at the final event, which is the main event, final table, top 8 players playing for a big sum of money up top. This is it. It is a dramatic final table. It's got some top level players. And who's your favorite pick here?
I have to go with my boy Aditya Sushant here. I've always backed him, and he did really well in the last tournament that he played. I think he came second, or I think he won it.
Absolutely, and he's a veteran at this, right?
Yeah, 100%. Quite experienced, bracelet winner indeed. What about you?
I mean, listen, I am friends with Siddhanth Kripalani. I also like his gameplay. I think he is extremely aggressive, and I love the fact that he brings in some pain, some entertainment on the table. And there we have all of those players sitting in. Just my final thoughts. This is the India Poker Championship main event, final table, the final event from this coverage. And I am so excited to bring it for all of you guys here. And that's that man, Siddharth Kripalani, with the chip lead. There you can see.
Hand 1 of the final table
of
Indian Poker Championship.
I believe he's the big blind. Posted his big blind and big blind ante. The blinds are at 20,000, 40,000 with a 40,000 big blind ante. There we have Niharika Bindra on that table as well, a veteran of the game. She's been playing poker for a very, very long time, and the experience is showing, and that's the reason that she is on that final table right now.
Would you like one?
We also see Thakur Ji on the final table.
Absolutely. There we have J. Raju with 1.2 million chips.
Four.
Aditya Sushant on the button with pocket sixes definitely would want to get involved in this hand. He knows for a fact that the big blind is Siddharth Kripalani's, and he is the chip leader, and he may
90,000.
want to play a little bit aggressive poker there, considering he's a very, very aggressive player. And Raja on the small blind with a very short stack of 4 big blinds, and Siddhanth on the big blind with king 8 off. What does he intend to do here? It's a 90,000 open by Aditya Sushant. The battle between two really, really good players.
Call.
Rajat, if you thought Alok Berwar was aggressive, you're in for a show. We have Siddharth Kripalani, also known as Ender, on this final table.
Oh, that is an action board already. There's a 6 on the flop, and it's a king high board. Wow. It's going to be a test for Siddharth in the very first hand, and that too against Aditya Sushant.
Standard thing on a chip EV basis is that Siddharth should raise his top pair versus a button open, because Siddharth is going to be doing a range bet. Against a range bet, your top pair becomes value. But in ICM scenarios, it might be different. We'll get to see what Mr. Ender decides to do.
just makes the call on the flop. I mean, the 8 would be a disaster for Siddharth there. And it's another king now. It's listen, at this point in time, I think the money's going in for a fact. Sushant, as you can see, Aditya Sushant has a full house, 6 is full of kings, whereas Siddharth Kripalani has a trip kings. He's turned another king. They both are thinking that we're trapping our opponents and we're slow playing our hand in their own right. But at this point in time, we know for a fact that Aditya Sushant is the favorite to take this hand down unless a 7 or an 8 comes in on the river. King is also good to help him make quads, but listen, he only has 17% equity there. Putting in a big bet of 280,000 into 420.
You know, this card might be good, but I don't think Siddharth is gonna be a big fan of facing 3 barrels by Aditya Sushant, because he knows that Aditya has to be really tight, because there's like, as you spoke before, there's only a stack which is 4 big blinds. So he knows that Aditya Sushant won't go too crazy. So we are probably going to see a flat call here by Siddharth and onto the river. And the question is, can Siddharth fold the river if he faces an all-in?
He also understands that he's got a very strong hand here, and Aditya Sushant, even if he's got that remote chance of bluffing, Siddharth would not want to lose the bluffs offered by Aditya Sushant here. So I don't see a reason for him to be raising. I think if he's facing a bet there and he's very strong and he has a lot of equity in the hand, he may just opt to just flat call. That's another call there. The pot is close to $1 million. Aditya Sushant has left himself behind with
onto the river
1.4 million. The 4 of diamonds does not really change much there. It's a full house versus strips. And now, since Siddharth has called twice on the flop and turn, Aditya has a massive pure value bet there. Siddharth has checked again, not opting to lead out. Now the question is, what is the bet size that Aditya Sushant is going to choose?
Sushi unblocking the top pair here, unblocking the trips. I think he's going to go for a massive size, around 60-70% of pot. And it is going to be...
He could go for an overpot bet here as well.
I don't think so.
If he puts Siddharth on exactly the kind of hand that he's looking at, a king, which he knows he is going to get paid for. He's gone for 725,000, and that is not a snap call by Siddharth. I mean, listen, I think he's going to talk himself into calling, but he does realize that there are very few bluffs there. There are better king X's that beat him. There are obviously 6s and 7s that beat him. There are some missed draws from the buttons range that, you know, the clubs draw the 8-9 of clubs, the very strong hand, the 8-10 of clubs, those sort of hands that actually have not completed. You know, and those are the hands that Aditya Sushant may want to opt to play like that. But would he ever do this in this scenario on the final table of the main event is a question that Siddharth needs to answer. There are some bluffs that he absolutely crushes. There may be certain value hands that he absolutely crushes as well with his strips, right? That Aditya Sushant may be opting to put in value with, and he makes that quick call, and he has a full house.
I think the problem with that call is, you know, the draws that you're talking about. Siddharth is hard blocking those draws, 8-9, 5-8. If Adi opens 5-8 for that to start, but he's definitely opening 8-9, and he's blocking that 8-9, which is like a main bluff combo there, because it has missed, is open-ended there. Not a big fan, to be honest with Prajit. I know he's your pick, but I think he is good enough to lay down that hand. I mean, if he's not, I don't know who is. But it's really hard because button opening range is quite wide.
I mean, this is something that I'd love to discuss with him post this commentary session that we have post the final table, irrespective of the result. But you know, I say for a fact that I just found it very difficult for anyone to lay down that hand there, considering he's on the big blind. It's a button open. If it's an early position open, he can obviously put him on better king X's there. From the button, he doesn't necessarily have to have that. And there you have it. And if one person has the capability of also bluffing in these situations, it's Aditya Sushant. So he's keeping all that dynamic in mind as well there. But with that, the point is, it's not a full double up, but Aditya Sushant in the very first hand has moved up to 3.8 million and has gotten Siddharth Kripalani down to somewhere around 4.5 million there. He does not have a substantial chip lead, and that's not a good start for Siddharth as a chip leader on this table. Wow. What a hand. What a setup.
I mean, I just think that having an 8 on that with his king is really bad there to make that call. I mean, he could make a call with the inferior king by if he doesn't block the bluffs. Something like king 3, king 5, better call there than a king 8.
4.
But it's really hard to just lay down your trips.
Yeah.
Worst, and also facing like a bet
Oh,
by Adi,
man.
who's good
Another.
enough to have like 3 street bluff.
Another pocket pair. Late position.
80,000.
This time around opting to open 80,000. Last time around we saw him open to 90,000 with his pocket sixes. No big difference there. Raja on the button, letting it go, and Jack 10 for Siddhanth Kripalani there on the small blind. 4.8 million behind. He started this tournament with 6 million, lost about 1.2 million in a single hand. It's one of those hands where he would want to maybe 3-bet, but the question is whether he wants to get involved in a 3-bet pot out of position with Aditya Sushant there.
Raise 3 lakh.
He has raised it to 300,000. Pretty sizable chunk from out of position. He doesn't come across as those guys who's intimidated by anybody, and he's showing that on the poker table. A big 3-bet to 300,000, giving it back to Aditya there. He's got pocket 5s.
4.
Siddhanth wanted to take some chips back.
Call.
A quick call by Aditya there, obviously continuing with his pocket pair. He's got position. A
Round
five,
2
Jack 10.
between these two guys.
Yes, absolutely. Let's see the board.
Heads up.
The board
Or bets up.
is very good for the 3-better, the pre-flop aggressor, who is Siddharth Kripalani here. He has connected with the board as well. He's got second pair, but that ace is also something that he's going to represent. But knowing the fact that Aditya has called the 3-bet, but he would also have certain ace X's in his 3-bet defending range. Now, at this point in time, he's out of position. The pot is 680,000. He's continuing there
2 lakh 5,000.
for 2,05,000. Now, does Aditya want to float on that board, which is an ace high board? Does he want to represent those ace X's in his 3-bet defending range is the question. But at this point in time, Siddhanth has shown a lot of strength. He's 3-bet pre-flop from small blind, which is considered to be strong against an open, and Aditya Sushant letting it go really, really quickly. Siddhanth getting some chips back and chipping up to 5.2 million, a beautifully constructed hand there.
Yeah. We're going to see more of those 3-bets by Siddharth because there's like a stack which is only 4 big blinds. So a lot of players are going to face that heat by him.
Absolutely. Now the button is with Siddhanth. Sumit Sapra on the small blind and our man Thakur Ji on the big blind there. 2 hands, both of them action-packed hands between Aditya Sushant and Siddharth Kripalani, as we just discussed. For those of you who internally want to understand who I'm backing, I'm supporting Siddharth there. No hard feelings and no bias towards anyone else. But listen, it's just I like action-packed players, and he brings an action on the table. And Akshay, for a matter of fact, is supporting Aditya Sushant, who he's good friends with, and also has a lot of support from over the years. So I mean, nothing against anyone.
Yeah.
But it's just an internal game that and dynamic that we have. Win or lose is a very separate thing, but we'll enjoy. It just brings in a little bit of talking points for us as well internally in the commentary
Yeah,
booth.
100%. Like I am friends with probably 3 or 4 guys on the final table, but when it comes to choosing the player that I want to pick on the final level, it has to be Aditya because like he has helped me so much in the past of reviewing my hand histories and all that stuff. But I got to bring our viewers a little bit attention of our Raju bhaiya, Dr. J. Raju. He's 38 years old, profession is something that is like the main part that I really want to share with our audience. He plays karates, he plays taekwondo, kung fu. He's the world champion from Hyderabad, still representing India. He's been playing poker for 14 years. And something that he was telling me when I was having a chat with him earlier, he has won 18 national gold medals for India, 12 international medals. I mean, and he represents India in taekwondo. What do you have to say about that, Prajit?
Yeah, I mean, I had the pleasure of having a quick chat with him on our cab ride back to our hotel, and he showed me some pictures on his phone of his black belt and the different trophies that he's won. I mean, pretty commendable, I must say. That man on the screen in the red hoodie is the man we're talking about, J. Raju, but also a commendable poker player. Played a bunch with him in Goa, and now you can see him here in Nepal.
Fold. 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 Fold.
Siddharth on the cutoff. 10-5 suited.
Siddharth is going to be opening any two there from cutoff position. Doesn't matter what his hand is.
There you can see the black chips. I believe are worth 25,000 each, and the yellow chips are worth 5,000. Sumit Sapra there with the 9-6 of diamonds cannot continue.
Representing Brown Monday.
Yeah, absolutely. And Thakur Ji on the small blind. Pretty unconventional player, unorthodox in his own ways. We've seen him on the future table.
I was talking to a friend about Thakurji a few days ago, and a good cash reg told me that Thakurji can do anything. They are still trying to figure out, like a regular player, a reg is still trying to figure out what he did 2 years ago, and like he's like the wild card of the final table, and I'm really excited to see those wild moves by him.
ठीक है ऐसे भी एक्सेप्ट करेगा आप ठीक है ना
Small. Big.
वही बोल रहे हैं When king वो वाटर पेमेंट कार्ड टर्न कार्ड
Siddharth Singhvi under the gun.
Yes, sir.
All right, we are probably going to see an open from Ender. We'll be surprised to see him fold anything at this point of the time. And guys, if you're wondering that why are we speaking quite low, because the players are sitting just outside our booth, so we do not want to give anything out to them by speaking loudly, keeping the integrity of the game.
Fold. Fold.
All players guaranteed 5.47 lakhs to show up on this final table.
Yes, they're all guaranteed 5.5 lakhs. That's great. The next jump is to 6.66 lakh.
इतना सीरियस देखता है देखो मुंह करो आगे तो मारो हाँ नीचे करो
Yeah.
Siddharth taking the pot down, moving up to 5.4 million.
Okay, sir.
There you can see Raja on the short stack.
They said they won't do it because the average was over 30.
Okay.
30 was never going to happen in this event. 30 is always going to
So, Prajit, I have Aditya Sushant bio with me that he has given us. Something uncanny of him. Well, he's 31 years old. That I know is real. His profession. What do you think he has written in his profession?
I won't
Aditya
really
Sushant,
say.
guys, bracelet winner of WSOP.
Maybe a trader.
Well, I think you read me
50,000
quite well.
Wow.
Adi has written that by profession, he is involved in stock market,
Raise 1 lakh.
and his best hand is King 5. I'm not sure if it's offsuit or suited. He might have heard us in the commentary booth, us having a little bit fun about King 5 that is being used by the players to 3-bet.
There we have an open from Aditya Sushant. The blinds are at 25.50 with a 50k big blind ante. They've gone up, and he's raised it to 110,000. And Sumit Sapra on the hijack with pocket fives. There's a very short stack on the table, so I don't really see Sumit getting too much out of line there. That's the reason why he's folded his fives.
Also, Prajit, in tournament achievements, Aditya Sushant has written that there is not enough space on this piece of paper to tell the world that how many tournaments he has won or ran deep in.
Yeah, very humble of him.
Well, certain a little brag, I would say. I love it. I love a little brag. We see Sumit Sapra fold pocket fives. Prajit, do you have to say anything about that
No,
fold?
I mean, considering there's a person on the table with 3 big blinds, you don't want to be getting into a pot with fives there, especially when you yourself are not that deep, right? So, letting that go. Here's the pair jumps, 547 guaranteed, and they're all playing for that 43 lakh up top. Big money, big money to be playing for.
You know, Prajit, there's always, the table captain is always the chip leader on the table, but Aditya Sushant telling us that he's not afraid of Ender. He's going to open 7-8 suited from under the gun, where Ender is still yet to act. So he's saying that I'm going to be opening. It doesn't matter if you have the chip lead. It doesn't matter if you have an image that is quite aggressive. He's there to play. He's there to win. He's there to make right decisions, put pressure on the opponents. What a fun table we have for you today.
Fold.
Niharika cut off with Jack 10 of spades.
Fold.
Letting that hand go. You can see all the players playing a little tight here because they're all waiting for that one player with 3 big blinds to bust, and they would ideally want to open up after that.
Fold.
Raju on the button with ace-6 off, letting that hand go as well. No, Raju has actually opened from the button with ace-6 off.
Fold.
दूसरा ये सर नहीं तो कॉल कर लेता था गुड लक एटलीस्ट 2-3 आप आ गया
I feel like the shot stack is going to be either all in or is going to have only one or half a big blind behind. After this hand, he's going to be putting the big blind ante as well as his big blind. This is going to be a very crucial hand for our shot stack.
Absolutely. I've had the opportunity to commentate on his play in the past as well. He's made it to another final table recently of a high roller on a different tournament series. He came 5th in that high roller. Now he's on the final table of a main event here at India Poker.
Also, I've heard he was multi-tabling yesterday.
Yeah, he was playing the bounty on my table and also was in the money here with the main event. He's running and skipping between the two tables.
Thakurji opening with ace deuce off from early position. A bit of a wide open by him, but as we said before, that he's going to be the wild card of this table, and we see a wild open, considering that there's a guy who's already all in, and then he has stacks that cover him. So this hand can be very troublesome.
Fold.
Siddharth Singhvi on the button with 9-8 off.
Fold.
Six deuce offsuit for our short stack, and he's going to be in a really bad shape if he decides to gamble here.
Yeah, 60-minute levels on.
Fine, you can just add 10 minutes to it.
But previous level
Just add 10 minutes. Don't previous level was yesterday.
was running from,
Continue that.
but still should have been 10 minutes, but now,
Yeah, come on.
good luck.
Just made the call. Really bad shape here.
आपने तो already
Having
done
his
really
deuce
dominated.
dominated.
do 6.
120.
He needs a 6 to survive this, but there is only 1 6 left in the deck.
What are you waiting for? Anytime.
Come on, 4.
He has 5 outs. Raja having 5 outs to survive this. Thakurji calling for an ace. And
Not
it's a
to be,
5
and
on the
there
river.
we have Raja being eliminated in 8th position, and with that he should not be disappointed. He's got another deep
No, next time.
run, and he has bagged 5,47,000 in this particular tournament for his 8th spot. By the way, he also came 17th in the high roller in this particular series, so he needs to be really proud of himself there. What commendable play, and 5,47,000 is not a small sum of money. That's just amazing. Handshakes all around, respect there between the players. We have lost the short stack, and now we're down to 7 players, and each one of these 7 players is guaranteed 6,66,000. Wow.
And they're just asking Aditya Sushant that are we gonna only people who gonna be fighting on this final table? And you know what? Adi gave a reply. It's like, it's up to you, bro. If you wanna fight with me, I am gonna go for it.
Oh, there's no small.
What are you thinking here if you are Siddhanth Kripalani on this final table, having all the chips, but then you see Adi sitting on your left, I believe?
On his right.
I am really bad with my left and right, guys, so what are you thinking, Rajit, here?
I mean, here's the thing. I know Siddhant and his playing style. He's not thinking too much at this point in time. He knows for a fact that Aditya Sushant is also not going to go too much out of line, considering he's got maximum risk premium on himself. And he would most likely have to play a lot of honest poker.
Yeah.
And he's already been in one hand where he, in his mind, would have thought that is Aditya Sushant really going out of line against with me? But that's also the reason why he made that call in that very first hand with his King 8 against the pocket 6s, which converted into a full house for Aditya Sushant, and realized that Aditya wasn't going out of line.
Yeah.
He bet the flop, bet the turn, bet the river, and those all 3 bets were for value, right? So now he understands that he's not going to go too much out of line. He has a lot at stake here as well, and he's a very commendable player. So considering that, I don't think he needs to be worried about a lot. He basically needs to just know that he can still keep pressurizing them, and he would still be able to accumulate a lot of chips, and if somebody pushes back, it's one of those situations where they have it, most likely.
Well, let's hope so.
But he had overpair हुआ है.
There we have Thakurji under the gun.
You are first to act.
Okay. He lets that hand go. 7-5 off. Niharika also folding. the Queen 8. Now we will see some players opening up shorter stacks like Niharika, Sumit Sapra. There, even I believe Siddharth Singhvi does not have a huge stack there. The blinds are at 25-50 and a 50,000 big blind ante. J Raju opening the ace-9 off from under the gun +2.
3x open.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we still have a lot of players between 10 and 15 big blinds. And so here's the thing. We will see some action open up between these players. They were all handcuffed because we had a player on 3 big blinds on the table. Now that that player has been eliminated, these players will no longer be folding their pocket 5s and 6s like they had been.
सबसे बड़ा pair. हाँ?
Pair था ही.
Raju bhai always has a pair, bro. Always.
Small, big.
Yeah, just want to quickly tell our viewers about Niharika there on under the gun with her 4-3 off. She is a poker player by profession and she's been playing poker for the last 18 years. And listen, she's got a bunch of achievements. She's also a very, very long time cash game grinder. Much credible and respected within the poker fraternity, and people love her for who she is. And now she's here on the final table trying to get a double up and make a deeper run in this tournament. Listen, getting on the final table on its own is pretty much very commendable. And we had a field of 334 entries in this tournament. Specifically speaking, we had 170 entries on day 1A, 164 entries in day 1B, making a total prize pool of 2 crore 40,000. We crushed the guarantee by 1 entry here. And that's the thing. I mean, flying people down to Nepal and expecting people to come in and play and still guaranteeing
1 lakh.
them a prize pool of 2 crore is something that only IPC can pull off. And they did it spectacularly. We're on the final event, which is the main event final table, guys. We're down to 7 players now. And each one of them, at this point in time, are guaranteed 6.66 lakh. Siddhanth opening up. He started this tournament, this final table with 6 million. Went down to 4.8 in that very first hand, and now he's slowly chipping up back close to that 6 million mark. He's got 5.5 million.
It's going to be really interesting how Peter Punter, Siddharth, I believe.
Yes,
and
Singhvi.
And Sumit Sapra adjust to players like Ender and Aditya Sushant. I mean, they're not playing them for the first time,
Yeah,
but it's difficult to play when they have like all the chips on the table.
And listen, these guys are also very, very, very good players, and they know exactly how to maneuver on a poker table with those middling, shortish sort of stacks. And they know there are certain hands that they'll have to play them aggressively and will not be able to put them leave those hands. But having said that, there's a bunch of ICM here because there's so much money to be played for. Aditya Sushant with the ace king, definitely 3-betting here. Considering it's an under the gun open, he would still want to 3-bet with his ace king. It's one of those hands where you just want to apply pressure on your opponents, where you know that you're for surely ahead of their opening range.
Might see Aditya just go for a 3x, around 300k here.
J Raju also quite active on that table. We've seen him open ace-9 a while ago, and now he's opening queen-9 from under the gun.
2,75,000.
Opting for a 2.75x sizing.
4.
This means that Siddhanth can easily escape with his queen-jack from this hand. Sumit Sapra on the button. Would not want to get involved with his ace-6 in my opinion, considering the action has been opened from under the gun and there's been a 3-bet by Aditya Sushant who covers him. In fact, both players cover him. Thakur G with the jack-6 on the small blind, giving it a thought before he lets his cards through into the muck. Niharika wasting no time there. We have action back on J Raju, who needs to call another 1,75,000.
Do you flat here, Prajit, with Queen 9 suited? Facing
I
a
mean,
3-bet?
considering I open and it's a smaller side of the 3-bet, I would be tempted to flat here, and that's exactly what he does. There are certain things that don't go in my advantage. I don't really have the range advantage there. I also do not have the advantage of a position. But in this situation, I have outflopped the ace king if I was him. And J. Raju has a top pair on a queen 10-5 board. And
They're all
he's
in.
just gone all in. I am not a big fan of that play at all. I think that just, like being very, very respectful to the man is somewhat very scared poker, because Aditya Sushant with his 3-betting range is going to have kings and aces in his range. He's going to have ace queen in his range. He's going to have pocket tens in his range. He's going to have pocket queens in his range as well. I mean,
मेरे पास 7 deuce था.
and I'm just not a big fan of that play there by J. Raju. Extremely scared poker, in my opinion. What do you have to say here?
I mean,
That could be very, very blunderous in terms of a play. By jamming your entire stack out of position, you can opt for a check raise, you can opt for a check call, you have many options, but just open ripping it with such a big stack with 3 players who've got shorter stacks than you is just
Small, sub big blind.
it's, in my opinion, a very big misstep.
he just knew that he has the best hand, and he just
How?
decided to just, I don't know.
I mean, there are
ask-
aces, there are kings, there are queens in his range, there are tens in his range, there's ace queen in his range, there's even king queen. King queen may fold, right? Ace queen's not folding, aces kings are not folding, tens are not folding, a bunch of those hands.
Yeah.
Even ace king of hearts wasn't folding there,
Yeah.
right? Very surprising play.
It is surprising. Like, there are some players who play theory, there are some players who just play by their feel. And Raju Bhaiya seems like a player who just plays with how he feels. Quite a personality on a poker table. If you ask me personally, I wouldn't make that move myself, but he's there. I'm in the commentary booth. I can't say really much after
Yeah.
that.
Sumit here with his pocket sevens, not wanting to open, and I completely agree with that move as well. He's just open ripped it in with his sevens. Doesn't want to go post flop with that hand. J. Raju with his 4-3 asking for a count, knowing well enough that he's not going to call this off.
Love the camera time.
Yep.
If you're on the final table, I don't blame players to take a little bit of time. Enjoy that camera. I mean, it's not every day that you are sitting on a feature table or a final table that is being covered by an amazing production team.
Yep.
You are getting commentated by 2 really good personalities, I believe. So, yeah.
बहुत बड़ा है.
बहुत बड़ा है तो और भी अच्छा है फिर तो.
मैं अगर कॉल करूँ आप हार जाएगा.
Sumit Sapra enjoying his watermelon.
4 बजे
रेडी हो गए तैयारी.
ऑप्शन है फ्री रोल के लिए.
अगर मेरे 5 का हाई भी नहीं आया क्या करूँ? 5 हाई कार्ड भी नहीं है.
5 भाई भी नहीं है तो फिर
3-4 है आप सोचिए.
Raju Bhaiya thinking that the camera is on him, but the camera was on Sumit
Yeah.
Sapra.
Sumit
So Sumit
Sapra
Sapra
with
was
the
enjoying the
perfect
camera
reply.
time.
He said, then you're in the wrong profession, you should join acting, and I actually do believe Sumit there. He should have folded that hand really fast.
3-4 आपने क्या करूँ?
Fold कर दो.
उसका हार्ट डग 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 डग.
Small, big.
Sumit Sapra sitting there as cool as a cucumber there. Enjoying his watermelon.
Aditya looking down at 10-8 from under the gun. Folding that hand. Siddharth this time with a real hand. Ace Queen of Hearts. This is going to be a very bad time for somebody who decides to just rip it in against Siddharth's open, because they must be wondering that he's going to be opening really, really wide. Irrespective of his early position, he's got the chip lead and he's anyways got a very aggressive image on that table. Opening to 1,10,000.
Yeah, he's not letting go of this
Oh,
hand.
what a hand. This is it. What in the world is going to happen? I can tell you Sumit Sapra may not rip it in because he's close to 20 big blinds right now, but may opt for a smallish 3-bet. And listen, a smallish 3-bet is going to suggest a lot of strength, but Siddharth also on his own has an ace queen of hearts. I don't see him really get away. Can he ever fold that hand against a smallish 3-bet there? Let's say a 3-bet to 280, 290.
See, considering it'll come from Sumit.
He has just ripped it in.
What are you looking for?
Seriousness. Fold.
Coming from
He's
Sumit
gone all in.
Sapra.
I think he's going to get a call this time around. I don't think Siddharth can fold there.
But Siddharth is going to see that Niharika has 370k and Sumit Sapra decides to jam 900k. He's never doing this with ace jack. He's never doing it with like pocket 6, pocket 8s, pocket 9s.
Yeah, he's not. But he is doing that with these sort of hands, which
And
are
he-
strong.
And he must have heard you
He's going
like
to do it with jacks as well, though. And
Yeah.
against jacks, he's going to call there. I don't see a fold happening with the ace queen. Now, at this point in time, Sumit Sapra is at risk for his tournament life. And
Yeah.
Siddharth
What do you
has
think?
called off with ace queen. He needs to hit an ace or the hearts in order to bust Sumit Sapra there
He didn't have aces.
in 7th position. The board has an ace on it. That's bad news for Sumit at this point in time. He needs to hit runner straight or a king maybe to survive. At this point in time, Siddharth has spiked an ace on that flop.
Yeah, it's okay.
The turn card is a 6. A king and a king only is going to save Sumit there. It's one of those situations where you have to go all in with your king, then you will get called by that ace queen. Wow. GG there, 5 of spades, can't do much there. Sumit, the gentleman, like always, handshakes all around. He's been busted out in 7th position for 6.66 lakh. The chip leader making that call, spiking an ace, giving a bad beat, and extending his chip lead to 6.6 million now. 6.6 million now. And with that, we're down to 6 players. Pretty fast on this final table, and everyone's guaranteed 7.93 lakh. And there you could hear Niharika Bindra saying, I don't mind that ace on that flop at all because everybody gets a free pay jump with the chip leader doing all the dirty laundry for everyone.
I mean, nothing wrong there by Sumit. I mean, he must have heard you, and he must have thought, if I 3-bet, I look really, really strong. So if I jam, I might look weak.
Absolutely.
And that is what Siddharth thought, that when Sumit Sapra actually jams, he's actually weaker. And
Correct.
if he has a very strong hand like kings and aces, he would have elected to 3-bet.
3-bet, yes.
So that is why he made a swift call with ace queen, spiking an ace on the flop, taking down the pot.
Yeah, pretty well
knocking
played
out.
hand by Sumit there, but you really can't do anything. The luck didn't favor him there, but he was full on with the skill. The skill is what got him to the final table. Sometimes you lose these flips, sometimes you're ahead. Nevertheless, Siddhanth Kripalani
There's a skill.
chipping up to 6.6 million.
Yeah. Well, there's a skill that is involved in poker, but not a lot of people acknowledge it. You know what that skill
there's
is?
mostly skill.
No, you know what that skill is?
What, picking up aces?
No. Being lucky is a
Yeah.
skill in poker.
Yes,
Because
I
you
mean,
might
luck-
have pocket aces, but they might
Yeah.
get busted with like 7 deuce.
Yeah, but also luck favors
The brave.
And
we
at
have the
this point in
bravest
time-
man
Oh,
on the
he's
table.
too brave. He's just too brave for his own good. To be honest, Niharika finally putting in her chips there. The remaining 370k, 7.5 big blinds going
What do
all
you
in.
think
We
she
do
has?
not know what her hand is.
I'm gonna guess it's pockets.
Yeah, some sort of Broadway cards, pocket pairs. She's going to be more than happy to rip those in. Now she's laddered up to a guaranteed 7.93 lakh there in the 6th position spot. And
making the call.
there is a call. Let's see what the hands are. We're not sure what the hands are there. Aditya Sushant making the call with the king 10 of spades from the big blind. Let's see what Niharika has, which he has an ace 3 off. Pretty close in terms of equity, both the hands. King 10 versus ace 3. Niharika at risk. Let's see the flop. There's a king 5 board in Aditya's favor. That's it. We have another quick bust out there. Niharika busting out in 6th position. We're already down to 5 players. Listen, we can't blame her. She laddered up. She had the ace in her hand. She ripped it in. Aditya Sushant on the big blind woke up with king 10 of spades. And with that, Niharika is out and she takes back home 7.93 lakh for herself. That was the last female standing in this tournament. She must be really proud of herself in general. I mean, I don't like to differentiate between men and women, female players. She is a true example of that because she was here fighting it out with everyone around her. And she took down 7.93 lakh. And now we're down to 5 players on this final table, and everyone is guaranteed 9 lakh 58,000. We're on the business end of this tournament with big money involved now.
100%. Like Prajit, there are, as you said, there were 34 entries, and I believe only 10% or 5% entries were female players. And to make up to this far is an achievement in itself. And she's a fighter. We all know that. We're gonna see more of her in the future, definitely. Well, but it is sad to lose her from this final table. I was very excited to see how she plays. Well, might have to settle that for next time.
Absolutely, Jay Raju there with the 10-8 off on the cutoff. Ten deuce on the button for Siddharth Singhvi.
Call option.
Aditya Sushant limping
Ring
in.
3, no?
Raise.
Applying pressure. Is this one of those hands where Aditya would want to limp call with? Or is it too weak to do that?
I believe it is too weak. If it was suited, then we would have
Yeah.
seen Aditya call, but
He's
Jack
let it
7
go.
is just a 2 week of
Absolutely.
call here.
And this is the time for us to cut out to our first bust out interview, guys.
Hi guys, so we have our first elimination, Mr. Rajasekhar. So please tell us about your hand.
I had only one big blind left with me, and on the big blind I had 2-6, and everybody folded. One has called, or one has bet, so I had no other option but to gamble.
All right, and how about your overall IPC experience? How was it?
Right from the moment I came here, it was wonderful. The Spartan people, they were very cooperative. It's not one point of contact, but if you see there are multiple people handling multiple tasks, and all were cooperative, and the journey happened very excitingly, I would say.
That's great. And if I may ask you, who are you supporting right now? Who would you choose?
I'm supporting Mr. Raju.
He's your friend?
He is a friend and he is from Hyderabad also.
Great.
But Siddhanth, you have to look after Siddhanth, who is an aggressive player.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks for that interview, Palak. Here we have Siddharth on the small blind, and Mr. Raju has opened the King 9 from under the gun, letting that hand go. On the big blind, we have Thakur G with the Ace 5, not wanting to call against Jay Raju's open of King 9 of clubs.
Small, big.
Siddharth Singhvi under the gun.
Fold.
Aditya Sushant cut off 7-6 of clubs. I think it's a good enough hand for him to start opening 500. He's obviously thinking in that direction. He knows the chip leader is behind him, but that's not going to phase him from opening.
I think he's going to try to open as much as he can until
All right, he's
he
gonna
sees that Siddhanth is fighting back.
The action on Siddhanth Kripalani with the King 10 on the button. He fully understands what Aditya must be doing here. Each of these black chips is worth 25,000.
Re-raise.
See, this is exactly what I was talking about when
340.
it comes to Siddhanth Kripalani. He is an entertainer. 3 betting big in position to 3,40,000. Not giving any breathing room to Aditya Sushant there. And obviously, this is not one of those hands that Sushant would want to continue with when it comes to calling off 3 bets. It's one of those.
I think he might call this hand. It's a good hand to call a 3 bet. It's quite connected. A suited hand. Decides to fold, listens to you.
Fold.
I'm sorry, मुझे ये बोलना पड़ेगा. Can you please give him a warning? He is acting out of turn. The second time, so yeah, it's the second time. Just I want everyone to be paying attention.
We are going to cut out to our bust out interview with Sumit Sapra there.
Hi guys, so here we are with Mr. Sumit Sapra on the 7th position. So tell us about your hand, what went wrong?
Pretty much when the cards don't go your way, you can't do much. So I got it in with kings against the chip leader who's supposed to be opening pretty wide there. And he had a pretty decent hand. He had ace queen, and unfortunately the ace showed up on the flop. So can't do much about that, yeah.
Hard luck. Well, who are you supporting here right now?
Well, the guy I busted to is a friend of mine as well. And but yeah, I know Sushi for the longest time, so yeah,
He's your friend.
Yeah, he's a better friend.
Better friend.
or I know him for longer, so yeah.
All right, great. Thank you so much, Sumit. Thank you.
Back to the action there. Aditya under the gun. Opening with his queen jack. Raju on the small blind with queen 7.
Raju bhai is probably going to enjoy some camera time. Think about what he wants to do. Well, that is quite quick of him to fold.
Thank you. And they're on the big blind with Siddharth Singhvi, the jack 4 off, letting it go. Aditya Sushant taking the hand down with the queen jack. We have the bust out interview with Niharika Bindra there. Let's have a look.
So guys, we have Niharika Bindra with us on the 6th position. Tell us about your whole experience and about your hand on the table.
It's been great, you know, coming at the organization here and the tournaments, the structures, everything has been really fun. And I entered the final table short stacked, so, you know, there wasn't that much hope.
And the only woman on the table.
Yeah, I mean, it was standard. I had very short stack, and I put it in with ace 3, and Sushi got with king 10 and king. So, good life. Yeah, that's it, yeah.
Right. So who are you supporting on the table now?
Well, I think either of the two, yeah. It can go either way between Sushi and Kripalani because both of them have big stacks and they know the game inside out. And yeah, but I guess I've known Sushi longer, so probably him.
Everyone is supporting Sushi.
Yeah, but both, to be fair. Yeah.
Right. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you.
There you heard it from Niharika herself. She came in as a short stack, but she still managed to ladder up and took down 7.93 lakh. We're down to 5 players there.
You know, everyone's talking about Siddharth and Aditya, but I wouldn't count Siddharth Singhvi from this table. He's a poker veteran, an IT professional, been playing poker since 2012.
Both. Ace of Hearts. Yeah.
Sure that no.
Loves to play PLO 6 on Spartan Poker. So he just doesn't play 2 cards. He just doesn't play 4 cards. He plays 6 cards. And you know, Prajit, he's been playing poker since 2012, and I was talking to him only till last year. He was doing both, like he was working as an IT professional and playing poker.
बहुत बड़ा pair
But last year he's decided to quit his job, play this game professionally, and give it all.
सुशांत तो एकदम सीरियस हो गया यार मेरे भी सही बात है फाइनल टेबल में या करेक्ट यू रेज एंड करेक्ट
Jokes अभी we need new material.
Yes, sir.
पूछ के भी लगाना पड़ेगा हेडमास्टर को बता
नहीं because it
I know, but इसीलिए मैंने भी मतलब प्यार से फ्लोर को बुलाया इसलिए मैंने
Siddharth with his king 6 on the button has about 11 bigs.
Thakurji isn't happy that Sushi called floor on him, making sure that he doesn't fold out of turn.
I mean, there's nothing to be unhappy about it. I think Sushant was very
Yeah, he was in
reasonable
his
with
rights,
his
yeah.
decision there. He's within his rights, and also
next break 83 minutes after 22 minutes he was break no?
Aditya
Huh? After 22 minutes. If
with
all
the
of you,
ace 4 of clubs.
let the hand finish.
check.
Check.
Sushant,
Siddharth
okay now?
with the king 6.
What?
After 22 minutes, you will take a short break.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. No?
Board is ace 3
Check.
9. Good board for Aditya there. He's also on the small blind, who's going to have a very mixed strategy, and he is going to come
Check.
limping in with some strong hands. He's laying the trap there, checking the ace. Now he has aces up with the ace 4, and there's no connectivity on that board with Siddharth, and this is the time with Aditya would want to start getting some value. Puts in a small bet. I think that should be enough for
60,000.
Siddharth to quickly get away.
Nuts. King high.
Siddharth yet to play one hand on this final table. We haven't seen him play a single hand.
Who?
Siddharth
Singhvi, yes.
Peter
yes.
Punter.
He's not been involved in any of those hands.
Yep. Just sitting there quietly, letting the chip leaders burst out the other players so that he can ladder up and go unnoticed.
स्पॉट में मुझे इफेक्ट कर रहा है मतलब फिर कुछ भी कर सकता है
You're all in.
थोड़ा बहुत तो सीरियसनेस चाहिए ये
Siddharth has gone all in with his
42
suited
lakhs,
king.
Of course.
43. Just a
And
connection.
making everyone aware that, guys, this is not your small final table. We all are here to play for 43 lakhs up top. Making sure that everyone is aware of the ICM pressure, the ICM awareness that this table requires you to have. Thakur Anand Mohan Singh, lawyer by profession, been playing this game for 4 years now.
Small, sir, big.
I believe he lives in Chhattisgarh as well. He has been a champion state of Chhattisgarh. That is what he has written in his achievement. Not sure what that is. Any idea there, Prajit?
I won't know. I honestly won't know.
How would you know? You live in
Yeah.
Delhi.
I know.
Or Goa.
Now I'm a resident of Goa. But yeah, champion state of Chhattisgarh is what his form tells us. I'm not sure what particular sport. But nevertheless, he is a champ. He's
Well.
on the final table.
4.
Siddharth there with the Queen Jack, letting that hand fly. Aditya Sushant with the King 5 would want to maybe get involved with this hand. Very strong suited king. Raises 200,000. Siddhanth Kripalani on the button. Not wanting to get involved. See, he doesn't really want to have a very high frequency flat calling range there against Aditya Sushant. Even though he's in position, he'd ideally want to just fold or 3-bet, apply pressure. Thakur G on the small blind.
Thakurji not tilted, making the fold from small blind.
Raju actually has a strong hand this time around.
बहुत बड़ा है वेरी ब्यूटीफुल आपका भी देख लेंगे दोनों फ्लैट कॉल कर लेंगे.
Just calls there. Ace Jack versus King 5. You're going to see the flop now. Both have suited hands, and I can see an ace on the board and a king on the board. Aditya Sushant has a second pair. He's not really putting J. Raju on a very big hand from the big blind.
Snappy
Call.
Snap calls there. Bet 75 and a call.
I think it is a spade. Oh,
That's
it is
a four
not.
of clubs. Doesn't really change much for Aditya Sushant there. Quick check back. Now J. Raju may want to just lead out on the river.
हम कहाँ छोड़ेंगे 125
125, and I don't
25,000.
think. See,
कॉल करने का टेम्पटिंग बेट है टेम्पटिंग बेट. अरे ऐसा मत करो
wow,
प्लीज कॉल कर ले.
what a great
एस कहाँ से लाऊं एस कहाँ है तो
fold.
लाऊं.
अरे हमेशा तो लाते हो.
Just making like the snap fold there.
पड़ा रहता
I think Raju just did not play that hand. He played that hand really face up. He actually showed the strength of his hand. He was extremely confident while playing. He did not take his time there. But and here's the thing: Aditya Sushant is so good,
So
as a
dialed in.
player, so dialed in. He did not call him. He snap folded his king
नहीं
there.
कैसे आते हैं?
ये ऐसा मत. मैं खेलता हूँ वो ना इसीलिए वही बताता हूँ. दूसरा तो नहीं खेलता हूँ ना. कोई प्रॉब्लम.
Very well played there by Aditya
तो क्या है
Sushant.
चिप्स आ रहे
A lot of respect. Quickly folding that king. A lot of people would just want to call with that king and see whether he actually has it or not. This time around, he knew he has it. He knew he was beat with his second pair. Let it go.
Fold.
I mean, Prajit, folding in this game tells you how good of a player you are. Not making those hero calls, not making those light calls. I believe you gotta make those really tough folds. I'm not saying like king pair was a really tight fold, but if you're a good player, or if you think you're a good player, you need to learn to let go of the hands. If you become too sticky, then you would start losing a lot of chips in the game. You would start to lose a lot of money in this game.
Siddhanth there opening to 1,10,000 with his deuces. Thakurji on the button with 9-6 off. Hasn't really been that active on the final table and also hasn't really picked up many cards on the final table. Is this the time that he decides to go out of line? No, he had folded his hand and J. Raju has made the call with his Jack 10 from the small blind. Siddharth Singhvi with the ace 4 on the big blind. Is he looking to rip it in? Because he knows Siddharth is going to open a very wide range.
But I feel like Raju here, small blind range looks a bit, it's a bit scary to
bit
shove
scary,
his four off.
but would he be calling off the 560,000? There is another question that he needs to answer for himself. It is also a very capped range when he does call in. He does have some traps by flatting from the small blind, but mostly it's a very capped range there. Exactly the sort of hand that may not want to call off a jam. He's thinking exactly all of that, and he has gone all in. He's thinking exactly what we were here. I don't think Siddhanth can call here, knowing the fact that J. Raju has flatted behind. He's still taking account, but it's a very difficult call in this spot with deuces because you know at best you only have 50% equity.
610.
610.
I don't think he can make this call.
Flat 10,000.
He folds. Now J. Raju with that Jack 10 folding as well, and a very good spot chosen there by Siddharth Singhvi with his ace-4 on the big blind, understanding the dynamics and winning that hand there, moving up to 880,000.
I told you he's not the one that you want to ignore on a final table. You might have heard of Aditya Sushant, you might have heard of Siddhanth Kripalani, also known as Ender, but Peter Punter is an aggressive player himself, loves to take spots, plays the highest variance game that we have in India to offer, which is PLO 6, I feel. That Spartan runs regularly.
हम सब उठ सकते हैं एक साथ, वैसे हम ब्रेक ले सकते हैं.
ले लो, मैं बैठा रहूँगा.
देखो अब देख
Siddharth has ace-jack there.
इतना स्टैक है अभी भी बैठ.
If this was the hand that he had in the previous hand, he would snap call off Siddharth Singhvi's jam.
1,10,000.
Opens again to 1,10,000. J Raju on the button with King 8 off. Letting that hand go.
4.
8-7 off on the small blind for Siddharth. Pocket queens for Aditya Sushant. What a time, and he just calls, lays down the trap.
Standard call there by
Yeah.
Aditya, considering that Siddharth is very, very, very low in chips. So when Aditya actually decides to 3-bet from the big blind, it's going to be...
I mean, but Siddharth now has 15 big blinds, to be honest.
But still, there is a maximum pressure on Aditya right now. The risk premium that he has to go all in. If he decides to 3-bet, and if Ender actually decides to come over the top, putting him all in,
Yeah.
you are not loving pocket queens there.
85. 85.
Small c-bet there by Siddharth.
Because on a final table, if you're four-handed,
Quick
you
call.
really don't want to go all in for like 60 bigs with pocket queens. 50, I feel like. Yeah, 50.
Yeah. And
Still too much.
for 500. And that's an ace.
Check or bet, sir.
That's something that
Check.
Aditya does not like, but I really don't think he's putting Siddharth on a lot of ace-X's there. Of course, he does have a lot of ace-X's in his range, but he's opening a very wide range, so not necessarily an ace is a card that Aditya would be looking to simply fold against. But this is going to be a sizable bet from Siddharth there, considering he got a call on the flop. He's going to be targeting a lot of draws there, some flush draws, some straight draws in the big blinds range, certain king X's as well that Aditya can have sometimes.
I think he goes somewhere around 250, 280.
Yeah, I think he could go even bigger sometimes. He could maybe go around 350 there as well.
It all depends on what he puts Aditya on. If he puts Aditya on a king, then definitely. But if he puts him on a draw, he might go a bit smaller, making sure that he gives him one more street.
2,55,000.
He's gone for 2,55,000 there, and Aditya, I don't think he's folding to that bet either. He's going to call one more time, hoping for a showdown. Cheap showdown on the river. Yeah,
Call.
he does make the call.
We already have $1 million pot between these two. Almost million.
Yeah, 110. See, at this point in time, Siddharth has a very good value bet. And now by this time around, I think Siddharth feels that Aditya has a king that's called twice. Once on the flop, once on the turn, and if he targets that king, he's going to have a pretty decent sizing to get some value from that king.
I feel like if Siddharth elects to bet here, he's not going to go above 60%.
Yeah.
It's going to be somewhere around 40 to that.
Because he also wants a call.
Yeah, because
Doesn't want to scare off kings there, right?
if he bets too big, Aditya can't make those calls considering there are two smaller stacks on the table. And ace jack, I feel like it's a mix between betting here or checking back. Considering that Aditya has called the flop, called the turn, considering it's a king high board, ace on the turn.
There you see the split screen view between Siddharth and Aditya. He has opted to bet a pot of 975,000 there. What's the sizing that he has chosen?
790.
He has gone for a big sizing, 790, putting Aditya in a spot. Wow, this is going to be a blunderous call if he does make it, but I think he's good enough to find the fold button there. What do you think, Akshay?
I just think this size just makes him fold his queens here.
He has to overfold against this size. He has to fold some of his king X's there. But he has pocket queens, and is he actually putting Siddharth on a king or an ace? Because he knows Siddharth has all the chips in the world and he has all the leverage on him. He has all the risk premium on him, but this is going to be a little out of line even for Aditya's sake, because he's played this hand quite passively. It's under-repped, but you call the flop, you call the turn, and it's a big bet on the river, and I think your queens can be folded here. But then again, the dynamics between these two are very different. They've been playing against each other for years, and also in this particular tournament for a very long time. So he's got some reads, and he's going to go evaluate every single thing here before he makes this decision.
Like, look at the value combos that Siddharth's gonna have, which is gonna be... I don't think he value bets king jack here. I think it's king 10 that he value bets like this. Then he has ace king, ace queen, ace jack, ace 10, maybe ace 9. Then he has got ace 3, ace 6. And when we talk about the bluff combos, he's got all the big spade draws.
Absolutely.
And even, the spade draws that include a 10 might also want to bluff, making sure that a king folds here on the river. So... it's not as easy as it looks if you're watching it.
And even in terms of the sizing, he's going to choose a very similar sizing for his bluffs there as well. He's going to go a little smaller sometimes when he's going for pure value, and those are hands which Aditya could fold against. If he'd chosen a sizing of not 790, maybe something like a 400, 450 there, it looks very value heavy. This time around, he's chosen a very big sizing, and he's very balanced because he's currently doing this for value, and he would have done the same for his bluffs as well. That's the problem with playing against a player like Siddharth, where you know he's aggressive, but you mostly fail to give him credit for a very strong hand, and you end up paying him off. So the question is whether Sushant solves this particular riddle, this particular problem.
And Ender is a person who's not playing his hand. He plays the range. So even if he has a hand like 9-10 suited here, 9-10 spades, he's gonna just use his range, his nut advantage to make Aditya fold a hand that, as strong as queens here.
I think this hand was played.
It's a good bluff. It's a bluff.
I think this hand was beautifully played by both the players. Absolutely well played by both the players there. I mean, it's a pretty beautifully played hand there. Well constructed bet sizing by Siddharth. Passively played by Sushant.
Not passively, I feel like this is just
that's
like
the
a standard play.
Yeah, standard play, and the board just didn't really favor him there, right? I mean, it was a king high board. He makes the correct call. The ace turns in, and I was of the opinion that he has to call that bet with the ace again, because he really can't start giving credit to the chip leader for having a lot of ace X's there, even though he can have some. And when that bet comes in on the river, he must give him some benefit of the doubt that, listen, is he really going out of line? Is he really trying to...
Well, Ender is a person who can actually go out the line quite a lot.
It's exactly him.
And that is why Aditya Sushant took a few minutes to decide if he wants to fold his pocket queens or not versus a player like Ender. Because these players, Prajit, these guys just don't play their cards. They play their ranges. They know that their range on a king high board, on ace turn and a 10 river is so high that they can even make for Aditya Sushant an ace that he turns at times. A king is definitely folding, facing that size. It's all about range advantage and not advantage for these players, I feel like.
Call, sir, option.
1 second.
Jack 10 off is a very playable hand, and I think Siddharth is just going to check it back, knowing that Aditya Sushant is going to have a lot of traps, and if he actually faces a raise after Sushi limps, Jack 10 will lose a lot of value, and that is what we see. Siddharth Kripalani checking back Jack 10 off.
Check or bet? Check.
King 5-3. Sushi taking the lead on the flop.
Just check.
Check.
Just checking there. That's the second time we've seen Aditya making the top
Check or
pair and
bet?
opting to just check
Check.
the flop, being out of position, wanting the chip leader to make
Check.
plays at him. Still not opting to go for value, playing this
or
hand
bet?
very passively.
And makes.
Now when he does put in a bet, absolutely he has to put in a bet on the river for
Oh, yeah.
value.
75,000.
I mean, I don't really think Jack High is good enough for Siddharth to call. Quickly lays that down. Aditya trying all his tricks in the book to get some chips from Siddharth there. Siddharth at 7 million.
I'm telling you, Ender is tiled in, not even like choosing to bluff Jack High on the turn, knowing that Aditya Sushant has something here is just tremendous.
Yeah.
Like, you don't expect to take Jack High to the showdown, even if it's blinds to blind. Jack High
Yeah,
might
there
be good, might not be.
You can see the helicopter
Small big.
ride happening here at HMC Hotel Casino Vegas by Big Daddy in Chapa, Nepal. That's one of those attractions that we've seen happening for a very long time all throughout this series here at India Poker Championship Megastacks.
Pretty sure you know you
Jay
made the right
Raju
decision.
with the pocket kings.
I hope I made the right decision.
You did.
1 lakh.
I can't even lie to you now because you want to see it on stream.
You like the
Raises
hand when you see
to
it.
100,000.
You like the hand when you see it, I'm saying.
Aditya Sushant on the button with ace 5. Would he go out of line with this hand against Jay Raju? If he was suited, I would for surely assume that he'd want to 3-bet most of the times. But he's got the ace 5 off here against the under the gun open 500 play.
300.
He makes the
Raise
raise.
3 lakh.
He's going to hear back from Jay Raju for sure.
What do you do here if you're Jay Raju here facing a 3-bet?
I think it's gonna be balanced, but I'd be more inclined towards a 4-bet here with my kings.
4-bet all in?
No,
4.
it's a reasonable 3x 3-bet. I could happily take the pot down pre-flop by 4-betting to about 800. Sometimes rip it in as well, but rips get a lot of folds.
4.
But 4-betting and then getting called doesn't really have a lot of post-flop playability. Jay Raju with the
Jay
Bollywooding
Raju show
again.
guys now.
Yeah.
Probably gonna tank.
Wow. What is that? Some angle shooting maybe?
Well, I did say it's a Jay Raju show. I mean, how strong do you look if you are actually taking your hand to fold your holding and then choose to re-raise here? I mean, you look insanely strong. And Aditya Sushant is just gonna pick it straight away.
Yeah, he does go in for...
He just picks it straight
4-bet.
away.
Yes.
Like,
तो बताना.
Obviously good, eh?
You went all in or what?
No, he raised.
4-bet.
Shows his
Are we
kings.
taking a break or are we playing?
They said only after
One more level.
Yeah.
scheduled break, they said.
मैं भी सोच रहा था कुछ करूं. अच्छा हुआ नहीं किया.
आप करें तो मैं फोल्ड करता हूँ.
फोल्ड कर देते.
हाँ क्या करूँ? आप वो उससे मैं
पहले बोल देते.
36 से फिर सुशांत बुलाते हो फ्लोर आओ बोल के. जस्ट किडिंग है.
आपने तो नहीं बुलाया.
नहीं नहीं आज आपसे ऐसी चैंपियन से खेलने का मजा लगता है मुझे. सही कितना?
पत्ते आ गए तो किसी के साथ भी खेल लो.
30,000 sir. 5,000 more. Four.
Ace 4 there. Siddhanth. Upwards of 100 big blinds.
1,50,000.
Now back to 2. Thanks, mate.
J. Raju with the same hand on the big blind.
Call.
Both the players having the same holding. Let's see who takes it down.
Heads up. Check or bet, sir.
Usually in these spots, it's the pre-flop aggressor who has the advantage. 10 deuce jack board. Most likely going to see J. Raju check here.
150.
And Siddhanth putting in a bet of 150 into 390.
Around 40%.
वो अलाउड ही नहीं है. I thought फ्लोर पे अलाउड है. Okay. I'm sorry.
There hasn't been a bet as of now. Apologies. Check by J. Raju.
ये लीजिए ना.
It looks like 200,000.
2 lakh.
Yes, it is a 2 lakh bet.
2 lakh.
Very difficult to continue here for J. Raju.
And a good flop for Siddhanth's range there. 10 jack deuce. Raju did say that generally the pre-flop raiser takes the pot down, but if Raju manages to pull off this raise, I don't see. I only see him winning this hand, but he has to make that move first, or this might be just Bollywood, not Hollywood.
It's a He does give the players a smile.
बाद में दे देना.
Tells the players that he's folding and he's going to take chips later on. He definitely had me there with his moves.
No, I did not believe that even for a second, to be honest.
Well, he did have me. I didn't say anything about you.
I've played enough with him
Always.
to know
Always मत बोलो.
these
ये
moves.
always.
Yeah, but he's got the scare tactics going on the table.
ये बात तो अच्छा है ना. वही.
They both don't know that they had the exact same hand.
Small, big. Four.
A very playable hand for Siddhanth, aka Ender, aka Pluribus on Spartan Poker.
Yes, sir.
Pluribus, I think that is what you call him. I don't know if I got the pronunciation right. Pluribus.
30,000.
I'm gonna go with that.
30. One like that.
Queen 10. Raised to 130. The blinds have gone up. 30,000, 60,000 with a 60,000 big blind ante. Siddharth Singhvi on the big blind with about 12 big blinds with that ace. There's a chance that he rips it in.
I mean, if I am him, I'm shoving this hand 100% frequency. Siddharth is gonna be opening close to 80-90% range here. Versus that range, I think Siddharth has a perfect hand to go all in with. He's blocking the ace. I think calling is also not bad, but I think the best play, the best EV play is just jamming here versus the chip leader.
Player all in.
Does go all
There we
in.
go.
I think he's going to find a call there.
That's around 750.
Well, it's more than 15 big blinds.
Lets it go.
4.
There's 13 bigs.
13 bigs, yeah.
Your 30, sir.
Peter Punter showing us that he still has full equity. It's really important to preserve your big blinds. Do not let the chip leader or the second chip leader steal your blinds.
So, कार्ड प्रेस कर दो. प्रेस कर. थोड़ा जोर से.
Siddharth there letting the king 4 off fold.
हाँ वही तो और बात.
10 it off for Thakur ji, laying it down.
Yeah, not really been that active on this final table. J. Raju on the button. Just for everyone to know, if you've tuned in right now, this is the 60K main event of the India Poker Championship. This is the final table, and we're down to 5 players playing for big money. All these 5 players are guaranteed 9.58 lakh at this point in time, with an up top price of 43 lakhs.
Today is the last day of our coverage. The live stream that we have brought from Chapa, Nepal,
160.
from Casino Vegas by Big Daddy.
Fold.
J. Raju getting a little out of line there, raising to 700 and so that raises to 160K with his 7-3. Should be able to take this down, to be honest.
Yes, I bluffed. I bluffed.
उनमें एक केस होगा उधर ये खुलने वाले थे अभी बड़ी टाइम एस था पता है
Don't want to
पता
give
चलेगा
anything
अभी
away,
आगे
Raju. J. Raju don't want to give anything away to the players.
There you see the chip count. Siddharth with 7.1 million. J. Raju in second position now with 2.3 million. Aditya Sushant coming third with 1.9. And Siddharth and Thakurji close to about 15-16 big blinds. Similar stacks.
7, 8, 7, 9 कुछ भी लग गया साला एसी नहीं आया क्वीन ही नहीं आया अब क्या करें हम क्या सुझाव जी हाँ सही ना क्या था आपके पास
एस क्वीन
तो भाई
Thakurji getting a little frustrated with his holdings. as
ठाकुर
the
जी कह रहे
nine
कुछ आ ही
deuce.
नहीं रहा है मेरे को, क्या ही करूं. 2 हाथ मांगे थे.
कोई बात नहीं, वेट करिए. We're going to see the blind on blind action between Aditya Sushant and the chip leader Siddhanth Kripalani. Aditya now close to about 30 bigs, a little more than 30. He's mostly opted calling in with his stronger and his weaker range from the small blind.
I think he's just going with a limp strategy from the small blind, considering that the big blind is the chip leader of the table.
Yeah, and Siddhanth has also been quite content, except for one time when he actually raised from the big blind. The other times he's also just checked his option to play in position against Aditya, and this is a 2-3 board. This kind of favors the big blind a lot more than the small blind, but having said that, since Aditya is limping in with most of his hands, he could represent some of those 2x's and 3x's for sure, but to be honest, Siddharth Kripalani should have more of those 2's and 3's in his range, and Siddharth just bets and takes that down with his open-ended straight draw. Aditya moving out without wasting any time.
Right. So small blind, such a big. $30-60. Fold. It's 120.
A little bit difficulty reading Siddharth's holding there.
Call.
Thakurji defending his big blind with 6-2 suited. So it's 6-2 suited versus a mystery hand. Well, not a mystery anymore. We can see that Siddharth has jacked and suited a very, very good hand, a very playable hand. And onto the flop we go. We have
Check.
King, Queen, 2s. Thakurji taking a lead, but Siddharth having an open-ended straight draw.
Check.
Elects to check back. Realizes equity. Well, Thakurji has made 2 pair now with 6-2 suited.
Siddharth has an open-ended straight draw, and listen, when Siddharth sees Thakurji betting here, he must understand that he's been quite passive on this final table, and a bet coming in would look really, really strong. Even though Siddharth has some equity there, but that's not much. A 9 is good for him, and so is an ace. But those are 4 cards. One time on the turn, close to about 15% equity.
I think we would just see Peter Punter make this call with his open-ended straight draw, especially after he checks the flop. He wants to control the pot, realize all the equity that he has. I know the flush has completed, but it's the big blind who's actually probing the turn. So I'll be really surprised if Peter Punter folds here with his open-ended straight draw.
I'll be surprised, but I won't really blame him for folding, because if you see the pot odds being offered, they're not great. You know what I mean? It's got 1:3. He requires 25% equity, but in reality, he only has 15% equity there. And it becomes very difficult for you to call off, especially with that short stack, knowing that Thakurji is betting, who's been inactive on the table. So I don't mind that fold. I would have most likely folded myself, considering not getting a good price. The same bet on the flop, I'd definitely call. Never, ever go away.
I mean,
right?
Also considering that it's coming from Thakurji.
Yeah.
The passive
All
player on the
dynamics
table.
play.
Yeah, I mean,
All
first
dynamics
hand,
play.
I think that was the first hand that he played.
He's opened a ace-2's off. That's the only
yeah.
hand that he played before this, but there's no action there. But he's been extremely passive. So I think a pretty aware decision there by
Your turn, sir.
Siddharth Singhvi by letting that hand go. He's got 7-4 off. Jack 3 folded.
football lover, Siddharth Kripalani.
Jack 10 of hearts on the small blind for Thakurji. It's going to be him versus J. Raju on the big blind. A very playable hand. Upwards of 15 big blinds.
150.
Thakurji
Raises it in to
electing to raise.
150. J. Raju with an ace 9, a very strong hand himself.
यहाँ पे सिर्फ कॉल ही आएगा आई थिंक.
G.
ओह
No, quickly calling it.
आई थिंक कॉल ही वही ना क्योंकि ठाकुर जी पहला बार स्मॉल ब्लाइंड से कुछ कर रहे हैं.
Your turn, sir. Check or
And you
back.
want to keep all the inferior ace-x in his range and have a calling
Now-
range on the flop.
J. Raju with his antics again, showing that he's not connected with the board with the face that he made, but he has connected a 2 pair.
50,000.
J. Raju having top 2 pairs on this flop.
Absolutely.
आप कितना से खेल रहे हो?
Call. Heads up. Check.
Quick check there by Thakurji. Let's see what the turn card is.
175.
It's the 4 of diamonds.
1,75,000.
जब आप इतना वो करते हो ना फोकस किया मेरा हिट नहीं हुआ ये नहीं हुआ और उसके बाद जब आपके पास बारी आती है फ्लॉप टर्न चेक कर दिया जैसे ठाकुर जी ने और उसके बाद आप बेट करते हो दैट जस्ट गिव्स इट अवे टू योर ओपोनेंट कि हाँ भाई दिस गाय वाज एक्टिंग ऑन द फ्लॉप ही हैज़ अ रियली स्ट्रॉन्ग हैंड
क्वीन हाई से है.
and this talk that we see by J. Raju is just gonna make it very easy for Thakur ji to fold.
बजरा के लिए वेट कर रहे हैं. फोल्ड भी हो सकते हैं. अभी इतना जल्दी कोई नहीं है. I'm telling you. Oh yes, man. 2 pairs, man. Shit. Shit, bad raise, no?
झूठ मत बोलो.
अरे कभी झूठ नहीं बोलता. Yes नहीं है.
ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है.
Raise
ये
नहीं
देखो
है.
एक और एस. बोल रहा हूँ उधर से कुछ तो सीन है उधर.
आपने लीड करके दो बार फ्लॉप बेट 10 बेट एंड यू. आहा ठीक है मालूम पड़ रहा है. ये जा कोड किया करते ऑल इन करता था.
देखो स्ट्रीम चल रहा है. आधे घंटे के बाद अगर आप झूठ बोल रहे हो तो पता चल जाएगा.
पकड़ा ली. हम तो नहीं बोले. हम अभी तक नहीं.
हम टाइकोंडो प्लेयर हैं हम झूठ नहीं बोलेंगे.
Not just taekwondo, kung fu, karate, everything that you can
Everything.
think of.
Yep, he knows everything. Oh, acting?
Oh, that's his first profession.
Maybe that is something that he wants to do but can't do because of the fights that he has to do for his karate.
That is true. But he can draw some inspiration from Tiger Shroff.
Well,
150.
that is true.
1,50,000.
Opening it up from the cutoff with 6 2s off.
Pluribus opening 6 2s offsuit from the cutoff.
Letting it go. J. Raju 7-5 of clubs. And the 6-2 with Siddharth.
बहुत अच्छा कार्ड फोल्ड किया, सूटेड कनेक्टेड.
Quick pickup for Siddharth there. Moving up to 7.3 million.
आप देख लेते हैं ना, बस थोड़ी देर में बाद देख ले.
भाई
Oh, I'm being right. Sorry.
That is the stack of the chip leader. The current chip leader.
62 call.
We're 5-handed on the final table of the main event of the India Poker Championship. This is the final event in our coverage and broadcast. This point in time, Siddharth has a stranglehold on the table, raising it up to 150 again. Now is Raju going to take some time with the 7 deuce off? No, he lets that fly into the muck really, really quick. Siddharth Singhvi also with the 10-5 off, can't do much. On the big blind is Aditya Sushant. What does he have? King deuce of spades.
Call.
Defending it, really, really dominated there. King high board would not be good news for Aditya.
Check or bet, sir?
Pretty good board there.
Check.
Just pick up a gut shot.
Yeah, both of them.
Oh yeah, the 5 would be really bad
Yeah,
because
5 is going to be bad news for
Kripalani
Aditya.
is gonna make a bigger straight if we see a 5 on the turn of the river.
This is the kind of board where Aditya would want to check raise, but does he have the stack depth to check raise here? He does have the stack depth. He's got 30 big blinds, but the question is, does he really want to go out of line at this point in time, check raise and then get raised and lose out on the equity that he may have? Because King High can a lot of the times be good on this board. Siddharth is going to have hands like Jack 9, Jack 10, Queen 8, Queen 7, a bunch of those sort of hands which you know King High is beating at this point in time. So he maybe just wants to make a call here with his backdoor flush draw and the gut shot.
I mean, he does have a perfect hand to raise here. He's got a backdoor flush
just
draw,
lets it go.
but it just, I don't think it's
Yeah.
a stack depth you want to
Yeah.
really play with
Yeah.
Mr. Kripalani out there because
You just want to hit your cards
yeah.
and play honest poker there.
And you really don't want to mess with one of the best players on the table. I mean, you got your players that are not as experienced as he is. We know that he's been playing poker for maybe 2 years now, but it looks like that he has studied for almost 10.
Small, so big. $60,000 to call.
I hope Thakurji doesn't lose his patience.
No, he still hasn't, and I believe he's not going to. We're playing for very big money here, and they're all guaranteed 9,58,000, but that looks very, very small when you compare it to the top prize of 43 lakhs. So they all have that prize on the top prize and the main event trophy.
I mean, वो कह रहे हैं लॉयर हैं तो उनको आदत है पेशेंस की. डेट्स मिलती रहती हैं कोर्ट में, तो क्या पता वहाँ से थोड़ी सी पेशेंस आए.
सही बात है. Ace-8.
First time we see Siddharth.
Fold. Fold.
Aditya Sushant also folding. Siddharth on the big blind. I don't know what his hand is as of now.
Well, unless Ender has garbage, I don't think he's laying down this hand.
He hasn't laid it down till now.
Picks up raising chips. That is 100, 200, 300, 400, 500.
No,
600.
yes, those are a lot of chips.
That is going to be a big raise by our chip leader on this final table of Indian Poker Championship, Megastacks. Right here from Casino Vegas.
It's a very tough spot for Jay Raju there, considering two things. Ace-8 off is a strong hand, but is it really that strong on a 3-bet pot is something that he has to consider. Secondly, he's also been 3-bet by that guy who absolutely covers him on the table and is the chip leader. Third, it's just a very big sizing for the 3-bet that he's adopted, and he has to overfold in these spots. I'd love to know what Siddhanth has here. Is he doing this with just air, or he actually has a strong hand in that spot?
I don't think Jay Raju is going to do it, but I think if he does manage to pull the plug, it is definitely going to be Jay Raju's show. But I just don't think he ever just does anything, especially after this speech that he's going to make. We are probably going to see him fold.
6, sir. Total 6.
I mean, you don't tell your opponent that it's a big pair and then you basically call or go
And
all
then
in.
yeah, it's definitely a fold coming in after a little bit of Bollywooding. Now that he's already spoken that he has a big pair,
Total 6, na?
Yes, sir.
This is going to be very interesting. We get to see both the players, see if we can pick anything on ender. We don't know what cards he has, but we can definitely see him, how dialed in he looks, how focused he looks, representing the football team jersey that he supports, I believe. Brian Paris, I think that's the football team that he supports. He's gonna push those cards inside the mark.
Type in my cards.
काम भी नहीं, मैं देख रहा था उसका रीड मिल रहा था.
oh wow, he had the 9 deuce of hearts.
तो ठीक है, रीड देख रहा था उधर में, मैं all in leading.
I'm not really sure because he put in his holdings actually.
No,
I
he
think he could
won't-
have
he-
put anything.
No, he won't put something wrong there.
I mean, he can though,
I totally believe him. He can, but
because
I
he
don't-
knows that the people are gonna be watching this stream.
Yeah.
So
No, he's fully capable of doing that with 9 deuce of hearts.
I am not saying he's not, but I'm just saying he can actually put anything in that in that machine that we have,
Yeah.
and make people believe what he wants them to believe.
Yeah.
Sir, big blind, sir. Please, 60. Anti-60 blind. Your turn, sir. 4.
बहुत बड़ा फोल्ड कर रहा है. अच्छा था. और 30 नहीं था. चलो, 2 घंटा बैठ.
आपके पास पीछे कोई चिप्स है?
नहीं सर.
ऑल इन.
Player all in. Call.
Wow.
On your back.
Hello,
We have an all-in for you guys. Siddhanth Kripalani going all in with Queen 7 suited and Thakurji waking up with Pocket Kings, the Cowboys.
It's okay. He had 11 big blinds there, and Queen 7 is a very standard jam for that 11 big blind from the small blind. What does he want to see on that board? It's a very safe board for Pocket Kings. It's almost 100% double up for Thakurji, unless a queen or a 7 spikes. A club is also something that he must be looking for. It's a pure double up for Thakurji there.
There we go. Lawyer, advocate is going to be really happy to see his stack double up.
Not much, I think. 10 bigs only.
हाँ कभी की बोला
Feel better.
So 695.
695.
Yes, sir.
मुझे भी अभी नेक्स्ट फर्स्ट उसका होगा मुझे नेक्स्ट मेरे का डबल है हाँ आप क्वीन 7 पे ऑल इन कर रहे हैं ठीक है हम भी ले लेंगे
वो दे दो उसको वापस
किंग्स एस पे ले लेंगे
695 ना
Yes, sir.
ले लो
हाँ वो तो कैसे भी वही है नहीं सर एक काम करो एक डबल अप दे दिया मुझे एक डबल अप उधर एक डबल अप उधर एक डबल अप आराम से
बैठे रहते
हाँ मैं आपको भी डबल अप बोला
हाँ थैंक यू
Small, sir, big. $6,000. Fold. Fold. Fold.
Thakurji on the small blind with the ace 4 of clubs finally starting to pick up some hands. Had the kings, the goods in the last hand. Got a full double up to 1.4 million. Upwards of 20 big blinds now. 23. Calling it in from the small blind. Last time we did that with Jack 10.
Check.
Where Raju had the ace 9 and flop 2 pair. This time it's ace 4 versus 10-9.
Sir, option. Check or back.
A 10 high board again. A very good board there for Raju.
Check.
This time around a quick check by Thakurji and Raju. Putting in a bet
60,000.
of 60,000. Thakurji has some backdoors there, backdoor straights and
Raise.
backdoor clubs,
150.
and he has check raised to 150. Opening up a little bit there. Pretty surprising.
Heads up.
And a quick call by Jay Raju. That's a beautiful
Check or
card.
bet, sir.
Another club for Thakurji. One of his back doors coming in on the turn. Now he actually has the nut flush draw. Ace is also going to be good there, and this time around he does not want to check. He is planning to lead out. It's gonna put Jay Raju in a spot, in my opinion. Let's see what happens here. Those chips look like 200,000 in black. He's going for 2,50,000 into 4,80,000.
क्या कर रहे हैं लिम्ट क्या कार्ड लिम्ट कर दिया
Putting maximum pressure on J. Raju.
3 6s ठीक है बता दिया जो सेट बता दिया तो
Some table talk there.
आपका सेट अच्छा है मेरा सेट अच्छा है वो देख रहा हूँ
Both these players enjoy talking on the table. The thing is, what do you do if you're J. Raju here with 10-9? What do you do here, Prajit?
Well, he's a wild card. I don't know if he's gonna fold here. He could call, but he whenever he takes this much amount of time, he usually ends up talking himself into folding. But you know, I wouldn't be surprised if he makes this call. He's a good player, and he's reached this far. And
To be honest with you, I really don't like his pre-flop raise.
there's
10-9
no, no raise pre-flop.
Oh yeah, then it's fine.
It was a limp pot.
Also, there is a
Thakurji limped in, and he checked his option. On the flop, there was a check raise from Thakurji, and on the turn, Thakurji led out.
Well, my bad there. Thakurji is here to play.
That's a very
Check
good
raising
call
the
there.
flop, betting the turn, and let's see what do we have on the river, and what do Thakurji decides to do here.
Oh, that is a very good card for J. Raju. Thakurji quickly checking, and Raju going for a value bet there of 2,50,000. And I don't think Thakurji is going to be calling this bet. Call is not an option there. Remember, he has check raised on the flop. Is he trying to be creative here on the river? He did jokingly say that he has a set.
दसी लगा लिया, दसी भी है, जैक्स भी है, क्वार्ट्स है मेरे पास. आपके पास सेट है ना, मेरे पास क्वार्ट्स है.
दस्सी भी है, जैक भी है और मेरे पास क्वाड्स भी है. मतलब समझ रहे हो?
रॉयल फ्लश भी है उनके पास.
I mean, Thakurji is an advocate by profession. He knows when people are lying to him. So, J. Raju targeting the wrong guy. Let's see if he succeeds.
But J. Raju actually has the goods here.
डैम शूट लिख के दे देता हूँ. मैं भी नहीं तो पूरा स्टार्ट देने वाला हूँ. अब देखो मैं बता दिया उसका चेहरा, उसका रीड पूरा मुझे 100 नहीं करोड़%. देखो 10 भी है मेरे पास, जैक भी है मेरे पास
और क्वाड्स भी है मेरे पास.
कॉल भी नहीं कर पाएगा. वो कोई अगर ऑल इन करे तो मैं फोल्ड करना ही पड़ेगा. वो भी है. सही बता दिया, सही सही.
Inducing the action by
भी रेज आया तो मैं फोल्ड कर रहा हूँ.
by table. I'm telling you guys,
He's not going to fold.
he's not gonna fold there, guys. He's just doing it to get a call or induce a raise from Thakurji.
क्या बोला भाई? कैसा है मेरा रीड? मेरे पास 10 है. कहाँ है 10? है कुछ?
फॉरवर्ड मोशन.
अरे चलो ठीक है यार, रुक ले यार. मिल गया. चलो. Give me.
No. If you put your chips forward,
वो फॉरवर्ड मोशन मतलब बेट हो जाएगा बोल रहे हैं अगली बार.
तो आई कैन काउंट ला नहीं.
काउंटिंग इज
सोचो
फाइन.
आपने ऐसा कर
आप
लिया.
फॉरवर्ड मोशन नहीं कर सकते.
अगर आपने ऐसा कर लिया और वो उन्होंने कॉल बोल दिया, फिर क्या करोगे?
They are not following the line. It's about
Yeah.
और क्या बता सकता हूँ?
Thakurji is a bit new
10,
to
10.
the feature table.
Only 10.
Also, the live aspect of the game, there
Yeah.
are certain rules attached to it, and it's never that easy to grasp all the rules in the first time playing live. I'm not sure if he's playing live for the first time since he's been a cash game regular, but there are certain things, especially in the live aspect, in terms of your gestures that you do, in terms of the way you make your bets, in terms of a lot of rules and regulations put in by the tournament directors, which is to create a fair playing ground for everybody. He's just been made aware of a certain rule of forward motion with your chips would be considered as a bet.
क्योंकि कैश गेम जब आप खेलते हो ना, एक लाइन होती है, उस लाइन से अगर आप आगे डालते हो तो ही कॉल है, उसके लाइन के पीछे वो जाने देते हैं. बट ऑन दिस टेबल ये टेबल डिफरेंट है. ये एक लाइव स्ट्रीम का टेबल है. इसमें लाइन डजेंट मैटर, योर एक्शन मैटर्स द मोस्ट. अगर आप चिप्स को फॉरवर्ड पुश कर रहे हो या कोशिश कर रहे हो, जिसको हम एंगल शूटिंग भी कह सकते हैं, फॉरवर्ड मोशन भी कह सकते हैं, तो उसमें दिक्कत आ सकती है.
Siddhanth there on the cutoff with the 4 deuce of spades. Thakurji under 1 million chips now. And on the small blind we have J. Raju.
Peter, Prajit, I gotta tell you that I'm very impressed.
What name did you just take?
I would take it back.
But what was that? I actually missed out on it. What was that?
Nah, let's not repeat the mistakes. I'm really impressed with how Peter Punter, that is what I said, Peter. I'm really impressed with how Peter has played this final table. He has been aggressive where he's supposed to, and he's made those folds. Hasn't defended his big blind wide. And I was on his table yesterday. He didn't have a big stack, but he was grinding it. And really impressive player.
Jay Raju on the button with the ace 10,
Another impressive player.
175.
opting for a lot sizing from the button.
2.9x.
Trying to steal the blinds.
I think 2.9x, 2.95 maybe.
And Siddharth there on the small blind with a jack 10. If he just decides to rip it in with his 9 big blind stack, he's going to be extremely dominated, but that's a very good hand. He has to decipher whether it's this hand that he wants to go ahead with against a big sizing, because he's already committed 3 big blinds. He needs to understand he doesn't really have a lot of fold equity there when he just does go all in.
Peter Punter does not have a fold equity here, considering because J. Raju has opened up to almost 3x, if not 3x, and with his 10 big blinds, he really don't want to gamble on the final table.
Aditya Sushant with a small pair. The deuce is the smallest of the lot. All in.
Decides to go all in from the big blind.
आप ही तो बोले इतना बड़ा हैंड है तो खेल लेते हैं.
J. Raju is definitely very serious about the call this time around. He is going to take a count, and for once he's not joking. He is sitting there with the ace 10 on the button, and Aditya Sushant obviously does not give him credit for a very strong hand there. He has a pair. It's one of those 50-50 coin flip sort of situations.
27 big blind jam from Aditya Sushant from the big blind versus a button open.
Yeah, that's a pretty big jam.
Yeah, I
he
mean,
could have easily flatted there.
considering
with
the
his
edge
deuces.
that he has on the table, considering that Peter Punter has a smaller stack than him, this hand decides, like, elects to go all in a chip EV scenario, but in ICM scenario, I don't think so.
एस किंग्स ही विन हो रहा है मेरे से, दूसरा तो नहीं होता. आप जैक्स क्वींस पे लगा दिए तो आप मर गए.
बंदूक भूल गया मैं.
बंदूक भूल गए. चलो ठीक है, हम दे देंगे आपको. बहुत अच्छा है.
आप तो चाकू दे देंगे मुझे लग रहा है. दिखा. बड़ा पैर है.
I don't think Aditya Sushant is ever jamming his aces or kings there. He would never jam there. He would want to 3-bet and get it in the other way, trying to extract a lot more value. He had deuces there, but he obviously told him that he has a bigger
लग
pair.
रहा है नहीं, वही प्रॉब्लम है. ओपन कर रहा हूँ 2-3 बार लगा नहीं. वो रिरेज कर दिया, छोड़ दिया. पूरा वो स्ट्राइक इधर आना ना जब तक छोड़ा है.
A questionable play by Aditya Sushant there from the big blind.
My big blind.
Well, it worked,
Yes, sir.
so I don't have anything to say on that.
Thank you.
But please do not try this at home, guys.
Your turn, sir. 4-4. 4.
वो मुंह से बात भी नहीं करेगा. आप कितने भी करो, कभी एक बार बोलता बस, फिर 1 घंटे के बाद बोलता.
Sir, big blind now. So, 25 gigs.
गुड लक.
Stick आगे रखो.
डेवलप
Please.
डेवलप होना देना ऐसे.
Okay, okay. Okay, हाँ.
और इस बार आप इतना
Small break.
कुत्ते के वक्त पाए जाने. नहीं ले लिया, एटलीस्ट ठीक है.
Fold. 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 No, it's fine. It's fine.
We might see Siddharth either fold this hand or go for a raise. I'll be really shocked if he actually decides to limp a hand as we get 6-2 off. This is one of the polarized range that I was mentioning before. Raising all his junk and value and limping everything else.
195.
But considering he's got a big stack, he's probably going to be raising major part of his range.
Fold.
Gets a fold.
Making a better hand fold.
Extending his chip lead. He's actually made a Burj Khalifa sort of a tower.
A
there.
pyramid. Egypt pyramid maybe?
Yeah.
Seems like Burj Khalifa. More of a Burj Khalifa than a pyramid by the looks of it.
Fold.
Raju building Great Wall of China with his black chips.
Aditya with a very legit hand. 30 big blinds to start with.
125.
King Jack of Hearts opening to 125.
1,25,000.
Siddharth not wanting to do anything fancy with the 9-4 of clubs. And Thakur G on the small blind. Has King Queen of clubs there.
Call. 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 Tripler.
Multi-way pot. King Jack versus Jack 8 versus King Queen, and the board is 7-7-6. No real connectivity for anybody there, and at this point in time, Thakur G in the lead with the King Queen.
Are we gonna see J Raju donk on 6-7-7 flop? Or he's going to just check, yeah.
Check. Check around. Check or back.
Nobody really has a spade in their hand too. And at this point in time,
J
No,
Raju having an open-ended though. A 9 helps him, a 4 helps him, a jack helps him.
Jack won't really help him because Aditya has a better Jack.
Oh well, my bad. Sorry. 8 helps him.
8 is good.
Check.
8 is good.
There's another check. It was checked around on the flop. And
175.
And we
I
are
believe
probably
that's-
gonna see both the players fold here.
Aditya coming in with.
I think it was J
It
Raju's,
was J Raju who's bet
Raju's voice I
175.
heard.
Yes.
Very hard to miss.
Four. They're all in.
Wow, what a play
Is that
by.
King Queen of
by-
clubs
by-
or King Queen of spades, Prajit?
No, it's definitely a King Queen of clubs, and he
Wait,
is making a play there.
Let me wear my glasses.
He's really going out of line there.
That
I think
is
he wants to
indeed
play back
King
at
Queen
J
of clubs,
Raju.
guys.
He's got a good read. He's ahead, by the way. He's doing this with 75% equity. So if he does get a call, he's going to be very happy to see that call because he's way ahead of the Jack 8. But he doesn't know that. He's, in my mind, converted his hand into a bluff. But again, what is he targeting? He doesn't beat.
I think he has misread his hand of to King Queen of spades, but he has King Queen of clubs. Both the
I'm
cards
not
are
sure.
black. You know, it's easy to confuse them for spades. He hasn't rechecked them so far that I know of. Let's see if J Raju can make
And he has folded. He's never going to make that
is
call.
he going to show the bluff? Wow. Thakurji is here to play, guys.
Moves up to 1.4 million. Picking up some chips
Advocate
from
by
J.
day,
Raju.
Professional poker player by night. Meet Mr. Thakur. Wow. What a move by him.
Small bet.
King 6 for chip leader. Sitting in cut-off position. Decides to open up the action.
130, sir.
Thakurji waking up with ace, king, offsuit on the button. Having just above 20 big blinds.
Call.
Decides to just flat call versus the chip leader. Wow. A lot of players did tell me that he is the wild card of this final table, but making this flat call with ace king is just too good, knowing that Siddharth is going to have too many bluffs that he's going to fold, facing a 3-bet from him. So just elects to flat, maybe shorter stacks behind him, decides to go funky, which I would find it hard that they would with the holdings that I get to see on my screen. A king high flop would be very dangerous for our chip leader. There we have all the three players. We have our chip leader, we have Thakurji in the middle, and we have Peter Punter, the shortest
Siddharth.
stack of the final table. We go multi-way. One more time.
You're 300 behind, right? Yep. Thank you.
Sit back.
It is a king high
or
flop,
back?
but I see king, jack, 7. A very
Trouble.
good flop for Thakurji.
Trouble for our chip leader.
Check.
And he checks there.
Probably gonna see a half pot bet by Thakurji, something around 240. That's 325, 375. Black chips are 25k and the yellow chips are 5k chips. One, two, three, four.
It's 200,000. Pushes 200,000 in.
375, sir.
He's oh no, he's bet 375,000.
Almost up 80% pot there.
Looks very strong.
I mean, what do you do here if you are Siddharth Kripalani facing a big bet multi-way?
Call.
Elects to
He's gonna
call.
have to call once at least.
Can't go anywhere with top pair here.
A 6 would be disaster for Thakurji.
Yep.
Check or bet, sir. Check.
9 of clubs.
They're all in.
Decides to move all in.
That's not an easy decision. I think Siddharth is good enough to get away.
Yes, sir.
I don't think he has to call this bet all the time.
He has so many better hands to call here.
Thakurji
Queen
is very
10,
nutted,
jacks,
yeah.
kings, sevens, nines, king 9, 7 9, jack 9, king 7.
And Thakurji has a bunch of two pairs there. He's gonna have a lot of two pairs like king jack, king 9. He's gonna obviously 10-8 also gets there. Queen 10 also gets there. So many hands get there. And his weak king is not at all strong. And listen, he also needs to understand that is Thakurji capable of bluffing here in the first place? Has he shown any bluffs? Has he really
what
gone out of
bluffs
line?
do you see here, Prajit?
There are no bluffs here.
That bets 80% of the pot
Yeah.
and jams a turn in a multi-way pot.
Absolutely.
Considering the big blind is the
sir.
shortest stack.
बड़ा हैंड है
Well, Thakurji only talks to J Raju. He's telling that he's all in. He doesn't need to speak.
He's
He
saying he's
will-
got two aces.
He will let his chips do the talking for him.
अगर मैं फोल्ड कर दूंगा तो दिखा दोगे फॉर श्योर मैं भी दिखा दूंगा ठीक है
Siddharth Kripalani.
He folded. What a great play. What has he shown?
They both have shown kings to each other. Well, I wish Siddharth would have shown two cards so that he could have seen both the cards by Thakurji.
नाइस हैंड
It's actually a very good fold.
लास्ट दो हैंड में बहुत बड़ा बना
I think
दिया।
Thakurji just made it easy for Siddharth to make that fold. If he went for a smaller size, I don't think Ender was going anywhere.
कैसे दूँ इतना बड़ा बैट कर रहे हो कैसे दूँ क्या इसकिंग था
स्मॉल बिग
Siddharth Kripalani
Now he
perfectly
knows that
reading
he-
out.
Yeah, now he knows for a fact that
Thakurji is holding.
he's going to be flatting his ace king against his open. That's the more important read there. He
Yep.
made the right laydown, but he now needs to understand that his flatting range will have these hands that typically people choose to 3-bet and be aggressive with pre-flop. And he flattered that ace king against the king 6 open there.
I mean, I think ace king there just on an ICM scenario when Peter Punter has about 300, 400 k
Yeah.
in the big blind, just
Yeah.
elects to call in
Call.
position. I mean, if Thakurji was out of position, I could understand jamming as the normal play, but the ICM scenario is such that your premium hands like pocket jacks, pocket queens are also flattened there. Even aces and kings flat quite a bit there. So, perfect play by our Thakurji. Flatting ace king there. One more time we get to see ace king.
Thakurji limping in with 6-5 and J. Raju opting to go for a 6x bet with his ace king. I don't think he's getting any action there.
Will you be surprised if you see Thakurji call with 6-5 suited?
I'll be really surprised.
Because these two guys have been going at it. So we saw Aditya and Kripalani go at it in the start of this final table. In the middle half, we saw Thakurji and J. Raju go at it. So let's see.
I'm not sure what Aditya is thinking about right now. Obviously, he has got some thoughts on his mind, but this is not going to be a good time to make a move. Letting it go.
I think
I
think
think
Aditya
Thakurji
Sushant
is-
was just
yeah.
was just waiting because we are going on a break after this hand gets over.
No, you're not going to get a call there. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are 5-handed play on the final table of the main event of the India Poker Championship. We're going to go in for a small break for the players, and we will see you on the other side with the extended action of this 5-handed play. So do not miss out. We'll see you there.
to penultimate day of IPC Megastacks Nepal edition. We are done with 2 events and now we're on day 2 of 60k main event. We started with 98 players on day 2 and saw some early busts as well. Well, 42 players were paid out, but unfortunately, Mr. Mahesh Shyam Sundar, who was the winner of 25k kickoff, was busted at the 43rd position. We have another event going on, that is the 15k mystery bounty alongside the main event. Well guys, it's not a regular bounty event, because the people who make it in the money gets a chance to win it. Bounties are placed randomly in a ball with an amount written on it. Once a player busts another, gets a chance to pull out one envelope from the ball and gets to win the bounty amount. And the player who gets bust gets the ICM amount according to the position. The excitement of the players was next level for the mystery bounty that they were getting. And finally, we got our 8 finalists. And within 2 hours, we got our winner in the form of Mr. Vivek Singh, who won 3.14 lakhs and 9 bounties in total. Also, the grand bounty worth 1.57 lakhs was won by our 4th bust, Mr. Abhishek Jain. While all this was going on, we got our 8 finalists of the 60k main event. Well, that is all for now. This is Palak Pulswani signing off from IPC Megastacks 2022. Hello and welcome to another exciting day of IPC Megastacks 2022. Well, today is the main event, Flight 1B, where we got total registration of 164 players. While combining the registration of Flight 1A and 1B, we got total registration of 334. So guess what? We've crossed the GTD mark of the main event. Yes, exactly. The prize pool of the main event is staggering 2 crores 40,000. So now we're down with 45 players from the main event 1B and 53 players from the main event 1A. So that means we have total 98 players who will be fighting for a humongous prize pool of 2,40,000. So now you guys can imagine how exciting this battle is going to be. Well, I am super excited, but you guys stay tuned. Well, this is Palak Purswani from IPC Megastacks 2022 signing off. India Poker Championship Megastacks 2022 is here. We have an exciting lineup of live events spread over 7 days, offering guaranteed colossal prize pool worth 3.5 crore with 4 top-notch events, along with some satellite packages, free rolls worth rupees 70 lakhs. Let the battle begin. Get in the game.
And we are live on the other side with the 5-handed play of the final table of the main event of India Poker Championship. The weather's been beautiful, the stay has been beautiful, everything, the landscape, Nepal has been so promising and comfortable for a lot of us here. We have Aditya Sushant, Siddharth Kripalani, Raju, Siddharth Singhvi, and Thakur Ji. On the final five, we've got the new dealer with a funky hairstyle.
I mean, Prajit, the hospitality in the casino, outside the casino, has been really top notch.
40-80.
It's just amazing to be here
Yeah.
in Nepal. I
80,000 to call, sir. Call 80,000. Fold.
Thakur Ji just limping
All
in.
in.
And Siddharth has gone all in with the nutted ace king of diamonds.
He's like 45,000.
I think he's gonna get the call with King Jack. He just got a small stack, around 3.5 big blinds, a four,
Absolutely.
four-ish.
The blinds have gone
Four-ish
up
big
to
blinds,
40,000, 80,000 with the 80,000 big blind ante. And Thakur Ji's already put in 80,000 there. King Jack seems like a reasonable hand to make this call.
Call.
Good luck.
It's King Jack versus Ace King here. Siddharth Singhvi at risk, but ahead in terms of equity. It's the Ace King of Diamonds versus the King Jack of Thakur Anand. He needs to hold the Ace King to get a full double up and move up to 8,90,000 chips. Let's see the flop, the board, and there's a Jack in the window. The
There's
King
two
Jack
there's
is
two
ahead,
diamonds.
but the two diamonds for the Ace King. On the turn, we have the 10. Now that's another out for him. Can he hit the ace, the queen, or a diamond here?
GG.
And that's a GG. That's not the result that Siddharth Singhvi was looking for. He is busted out by Anand Thakur in 5th position for 9.58 lakh. He must be a proud man for making this deep run here. But now we are down to 4 players. 4 players only, and the 4th position is guaranteed 12,43,000 rupees. And with that, Thakur Ji has moved up to 2.6 million in chips. Wow. A bad beat there.
I mean, he was just too short for Thakurji to fold there. Just both the players played it correctly. I don't mind Thakurji limping with King Jack off, considering that there's a shorter stack behind him.
Yeah.
Too many outs for Peter Punter on the turn.
80,000 to call, sir.
J. Raju.
Call 80,000 to call.
Aditya there with the pocket tens. Less than 20 big blinds.
160.
Opens to 2 big
Raise
blinds.
1,60,000.
Everyone in the top 4 is
1,60,000
guaranteed 12,43,000.
Call. Yes, sir, 80.
Picking up the dead money in the pot with his tens. 4-way action from the final table
Small, biggie.
of the India Poker Championship Megastacks here in Casino Vegas by Big Daddy in Nepal.
80,000 to call, sir.
We're down to 4 players. top prize of 43 lakh. Total guaranteed prize pool of 2 crore plus. Here in the 60k buy-in main event. And we are live here from Nepal. King 7. 6.8 million chip stack.
Raise.
About 85 big blinds there for Siddharth Kripalani.
170. 1,70,000. 1,70,000 call, sir.
Raising it up to 1,70,000. J. Raju on the big blind with the Queen 9.
Call. ज़्यादा डाल दिए.
नहीं.
You have to give 5. Heads up, sir. Audience, sir.
3-10-5. Pretty dry board. But the big blind may still have some connectivity, some draws on this board, but I'm expecting some sort of a range bet coming in from Siddharth. Raju checking there.
$200K. Fold.
And a fold by J. Raju there. Siddharth Kripalani extending his chip lead to 7.1 million.
Small, big. $80,000 to call, sir.
I believe we've introduced some new chips worth
Me? Sorry. Yes, sir.
Should be 100,000, I believe.
absolutely 2, 4. Yeah, has to be 100,000 in terms of denomination. 1 lakh worth for those orange chips there. Chipping up. The yellows in play, maybe.
$1,70,000.
1,70,000 there. You can see
170.
1 orange, 2 black, and 4 yellows. 1 orange is worth 1 lakh. The blacks are worth 25,000 each. Makes it 150, and the 4 yellows worth 5,000 each. Makes that 170.
Fold.
Siddharth under the gun. 4-handed play with the king 3 off. He's playing into Aditya Sushant's big blind. At this stage, Aditya Sushant is the short stack with exactly 20
Call
big blinds.
1,70,000.
But a suited hand is good enough for him to make that call with the 9-4 of clubs.
Let's see if he can outflop Siddharth Kripalani here.
1.5.
Well, that is an action flop. It's an ace-high board where Aditya picks up a flush draw and Siddharth Kripalani is going to have range advantage. So his hand doesn't matter as much as what his range matters here, and that is what he's going to represent.
1,90,000.
Goes for a slight
190.
bigger sizing than 30%, which is quite standard on A75, considering it's quite a dynamic board. It has flush draws in it, it has straight draws in it, and big blind has those holdings that Siddhanth can start to attack.
Call.
Makes the call.
Make a quick call.
Yeah, he's very, very swift with his decision making.
Yeah.
And the only time that we had him actually thinking and he was put in a spot was when he had those queens on the big blind, right? The 7 there, pairing up the board and giving an equity advantage to Siddhanth there with his king 3.
We might see Aditya lead out here.
That's
on
actually
the
a very
turn.
good card. He does that.
2,25,000. 225.
This
Goes
may
for
work most
lead.
of the times.
I mean,
But
he has all the 7x in his range when he calls a flop. He doesn't have ace-x, but he does have 7x, he does have 5x, he does have draws. So all your 5x, all your 7x, all your draws do elect to lead from the big blind when it pairs. Siddhanth just having king high, giving it a thought.
well, for Siddhanth, there isn't really a call there unless
Yep.
he decides to be creative and raise, making the right lay down.
It's really hard for him to actually find a raise there, or a call, to be honest with you.
Yeah, call would be an absolute blunder there, in my opinion.
I mean, call
Raising
would
and
be
being-
just like a soul read.
Yeah.
That you have a draw. If the draws miss, I call. If the draws get there, I fold. But it's a high variance
We
game,
are-
which he doesn't need to do at this point of the time.
Going to cut out for a bust out interview.
Burst out on the 5th position, Mr. Siddharth Singhvi. Please tell us about your hand. What
Small
went wrong?
break.
Basically, I was short, so I had 5.5 pigs. So the guy limped. I had ace king. I had to jam. He called off with king jack,
80,000
which
to
was
call,
fine.
sir.
I mean, that's how it goes. So it's fine.
So, who are you supporting now on the table?
Yes, Sid and Sushi. I mean, they both have stacks, and with their skill, like it's their game to win. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. Over to our commentators.
Thanks for the bust out interview, Palak there. Raju on the button with pocket 5s. Raising it up to 200,000. Aditya Sushant on the small blind.
Fold.
Lays it down, and Siddhanth with the king queen. I think he is going to opt in for a
Raju bhai,
3
kitna
bet
खेल रहे
there.
हो?
This hand actually can do a lot here. It can actually flat, can go for a 3 bet non all in sizing, can also call this hand versus a button open. And I don't think Ender will ever fold this hand facing a button open. So that option is out. Anything he does after that is gonna be on the right
He has gone all in.
front, and we see Siddhanth Kripalani, aka Pluribus, on Spartan Poker, jamming with his king queen offsuit from the button. I did that very move yesterday, and my opponent had aces, but this time Raju has pocket 5s.
It's a very tough decision here. He knows that his pocket 5s are only going to get him about 50% equity most of the times. It's a very difficult call for him to make.
Considering that Aditya Sushant has a shorter stack than
Yeah.
him. I think he can actually find a fold here with his pocket fives.
Oh no, I think the correct play may just be a fold here as well.
Yeah, 100%.
He does make the fold.
Yep.
Max pressure applied by Siddhant there.
ऑल इन थोड़ी ना जाऊंगा अच्छे हैंड के बिना. उनके पास हमेशा पैर कैसे होता है?
छोटा में और डिसेंट में थोड़ा सा कंपेयर करना पड़ेगा.
अपग्रेड कर.
This time around, he's actually saying the truth. He did have pocket fives there.
Decent pocket.
Yeah.
I mean, decent. They
In
are
sevens,
decent.
eights, he may still start considering calling there sometimes, but with the ICM in play, he has to overfold.
I
And
think even
Siddhant putting the
pocket
right amount of
eights-
pressure.
Pocket eights would fold here, and I think
Yeah.
the cutoff would be there from pocket nines. It all depends on the stack difference that Raju, J.
Has
Raju,
with the
and
shorter
Aditya
stack.
Sushant has it. Yep.
80.
Yes. Fold. Sir, fold.
King 5.
$2,40,000.
Choosing a large sizing from the small blind.
240.
What's the play here, Prajit? Having
I
ace
mean,
it off in the big
listen,
blind, facing a raise from the chip leader.
He's got close to 30 big blinds right now. I would obviously want to defend here. If not, want to be too aggressive considering there's a short stack on the table. But if he folds, I will not blame him because he's been quite passive with his play. And, you know, he would have had position. Calling and seeing a flop isn't bad. But then it's just a very difficult spot against an aggressive player like him, knowing that you are second in chips and you've got 2 stacks shorter than you.
I mean, I don't mind that fold for once, but the problem is he's told Kripalani that he did fold
An ace, and that's something
I mean,
that's
that is troublesome.
really, really helpful for Siddhant.
100%. Like, if he sees that the big blind is folding an ace, he means like he's going to be opening 100% of the range now because he will make fold better hands every single time.
Aditya, under the gun, 2.1 million, 25 big blinds.
Action folded to the table captain, Mr. Siddharth Kripalani.
Small blind लगाना हो.
Pretty legit hand 4-way. King in your hand is always good to have.
170.
King 8 off, raising it up to 1,70,000. The blinds are at 40,000, 80,000 with the 80,000 big blind ante.
1,70,000. Call.
और एक 5 है.
Thakurji just opting to make a call with his pocket queens. Thakurji does not really like to 3-bet much. I've seen that from the feature table as well. Flatting queens, flatting ace king. He's flatted tens as well. That's an ace high board. Can Siddhant get him off his queens is the question.
Siddharth might elect to just check back here in position, knowing that the flatting range of our Thakurji looks insanely strong. He's going to have a lot of ace-x. He's going to have a lot of pocket pairs, which are not going to fold
Yeah.
for one bet. And his hand doesn't need much
And a
protection, to
check
be honest
back
with you.
there. He's contemplating a check back, but he doesn't intend to do that. He's going to put in one bet at least.
And I think if you're Thakurji, you have to call at least one or maybe two streets if your plan was to
Definitely.
just flat call pre-flop.
No, if you remember that hand that he played with pocket tens on the feature table, he called flop, called turn, and then he led out on the river on a very tricky
I see
board.
raising chips here, Prajit. I see 4 of those oranges. And that is the problem I mentioned in the start of the hand, that if you have king 8 here and you've seen Thakurji call from the small blind, you do want to check back. Your hand doesn't need much protection. And Thakurji is going to have a lot of raising range. Definitely, yeah.
You have showdown value against his king, queen, king, jack, king.
I mean, you're
sort of
blocking
hands.
his king, so like you want him to hit a king so that you can stack him.
Oh, he does make a raise. I think it's going to be an easy escape for Siddhanth here.
620.
You talked about passive play here, Prajit, just moments ago, and you see this now.
Passive aggressive now. It's passive pre and aggressive post.
Well, what do you do if you're
definitely folding here? 1,000,000% folding. And I know Siddhanth for a fact is going to fold here. Look at Thakurji's posture as well. He's looking really confident there.
दिखा दो 2 ace.
I mean, if you put him on 2 aces, why are you betting the flop is my question.
एक ही था 10 के साथ कि जैक के साथ?
Queen के साथ.
Queen.
Well, he did give one card right, one card wrong. A little misstep there by Mr. Kripalani, choosing to bet on that flop, knowing that small blind flatting range will have a lot of ace-x in his range.
Thakurji flats a lot of monsters as well.
Definitely.
Fold. Chip counts. Call. Call. 80,000 call. Call 80,000.
Thakurji limping with 10-8 suited from the button, and we see J. Raju call with king 8 off in the small blind. And Aditya checking his option in the big blind with 10-3 offsuit.
Ten high board would be blunderous, but I don't ever see Aditya overplaying his 10-3.
Talk about 10-3 being the best hand.
Well, yes.
Post flop.
Check. 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 Check round.
Checks around. A 3 is a very good card there for Aditya, making him trips.
100K. 1 lakh to call. Raise 300K. 300 to call. Fold, fold.
Well, I mean, Aditya went in for some value here. Some people could also check the turn and maybe let their opponents catch up. Maybe get paid one street. Either or.
30,000 to call, sir.
I've seen Thakurji shift from
280,000.
a raising to a limping strategy now. He's just been openly limping and just calling the big blind for whatever hands that he wants to play, and he's also not being fully punished at this point in time by anyone on the table. J. Raju with a jack 4 suited.
Call. Big blind option, sir. Raise.
Siddharth Kripalani going for a raise from the big blind.
400k, sir.
Yeah.
The action has been pumped to 400k by the
we were
big
just
blind.
talking about really punishing the limpers, and he does exactly that in that hand with a legit hand. Moves up to 7 million.
They're not happy with Thakurji limping and then folding his hand.
So big. Small blind 40. Fold.
Siddharth, jack 9 of clubs in the small blind. He's mostly had a raising strategy against Thakurji. Puts in another raise from the small blind into Thakurji's
2,40,000.
big blind.
240 to call.
10-3.
Fold.
स्टैक है ना, स्टैक है तो इसी के लेगा। स्टैक है तो आप एक बार नहीं, एक बार वो एक बार लिए तो थोड़ा कम होता है। तीनों एक बार लेना। नहीं ले रहे हैं।
हमें टीम वर्क करना चाहिए ना।
हाँ, वर्क करना है।
The shortest stack on the table is J. Raju with 19 big blinds right now, but 19 big blinds is also something with a lot of playability. There's still a lot of play left.
Small biggie. 80,000 sir. Fold. 80,000 to go.
वो आपको स्मॉल ब्लाइंड है।
स्मॉल है ना?
स्मॉल है। 40,000।
आप 40 डालना है।
हैं?
40 आपने 80 डाले।
रेजा।
रेशा
180, 1,80,000।
पर आते ही नहीं है फोल्ड वाले कार्ड है। हमारे पास सिर्फ फोल्ड वाले कार्ड आ रहे हैं।
All in.
अब गया है। राजू भाई।
$1,485. 14,85,000. $14,85,000. Hold.
Excuse me.
We saw that hand there. where Siddharth opened up and Jay Raju jammed his pocket nine. Siddharth let that hand go. This is the final table of the main event here at the India Poker Championship.
Small, big.
Siddharth there with a very playable hand, 6-4 of hearts.
30,000.
Definitely, we are going to see him open this hand. Suited one gapper.
Raise. $160. Fold. 1,60,000 to call, sir.
7-3 there.
Call 1,60,000.
We see Jay Raju call from the small blind. We still don't know what his cards are, but we do know that he elects to flat call from the small blind, playing a stack of 1.7 million.
Aditya with the jack-8
Three-way, sir.
also opts to come into this spot. 3-way to the flop.
Sir.
No real connection for the pre-flop aggressor. We don't know what Jay Raju has there from the small blind, but considering how he's been playing, he must have a pretty decent holding.
Check. Check.
Question is if Siddharth Kripalani would elect to bluff at it, knowing that it's a multi-way pot, having two blinds involved. I mean, big blind does have a wide range, but small blind flatting range. Even if it's Jay Raju, what we've seen is he is playing quite snug,
Yeah,
especially when it comes to flat calling.
yeah, but Siddharth also knows that if there is no connectivity with that board, Jay Raju would be really wanted to get away from this, but he
Raise.
quickly raises
4
it,
black.
which means that he actually has some good connectivity with that board. He must have a monster there. Actually could have some traps there as well.
Getting punished one more time. Betting against a small blind range, as I said, which is a quite tight range. Even if you are like the chip hitter, you need to acknowledge that when people flat call you from the small blind, they are definitely strong. I do not know how strong Jay Raju is, but definitely their ranges are quite tight, quite snug. And we are soon going to find out what Jay Raju had. He had King 7 of spades. Well, not all the players have the tight range from the small blind, but they do play it aggressively here in Chapa, where the action is full. You're watching main event final table of Indian Poker Championship Megastacks 2022 right here from Casino Vegas
Call 80,000.
in Chapa, Nepal. We see Thakurji raise it up with ace 10 offsuit from, well, wait.
He's
I'll
just
take it
calling.
back. He elects to limp with ace 10, going with the strategy that he has been following. We've seen before that he has limped with 5-6 suited, king jack off, and now we see him limping with ace 10 off.
Fold.
Siddharth has a fairly good hand to defend the big blind by just checking. And he quickly checks. And we're off to the flop. Heads up between Siddharth and
Heads
Thakur.
up, sir. Check.
Well, it's an action board, top pair for Thakur. And an open-ended straight draw for Siddharth there. Thakur usually likes to bet big in situations where he has connected with this board, but I believe Siddhanth would want to call at least once.
I think
360.
he's going to go big. Goes over pot.
3,60,000.
Something that that is quite standard for a GTO player to go massive on this kind of a structure. But it's a surprise that even Thakurji knows that he has to bet big with his top on such a dynamic board, because a lot of turns and a lot of rivers are going to kill his action, and this is where he can actually find value. We see glimpses of Nepal, a beautiful country, a beautiful city, and definitely beautiful people around here.
Sir.
9-4 of clubs.
Fold.
$160.
1,60,000 raise. 160. Fold. Fold. Small blind, sir. $30,000 to call. Fold.
ये वाला ले लो.
Siddhanth on the button with ace jack off.
Raise 200K. 200 to call.
80 big blinds to start the pot with. Thakur Anand Mohan Singh. Letting it go from the small blind, and J. Raju. On the big blind. With the 4 deuce of clubs.
Fold.
Folds.
Ow, a long time, short card, good man. बहुत अच्छा कार्ड सिंगल कार्ड में खुश हो गया राजू भाई मेरा 2-4 क्लब्स था 2-4
$30,000 to call.
Siddhanth with his 6-5 of hearts. Opening it up. Most likely 1,70,000. 1,60,000 this time around. Three deuce for Thakur Anand Mohan Singh.
Call.
And we see Thakurji calling with 3 suited on the button.
Wow. Aditya Sushant would also get really good value for calling with the Queen 4 of clubs.
Call. Call. Three way.
300 off to the flop.
Check.
King 7 deuce.
3 being the best hand post flop. Thakurji takes the lead.
I'd love to see what his plan is, because when Siddharth actually bets this board, trying to represent that king, what would Thakurji do with his deuce pair?
Check, maybe raise. We've seen him raise last time.
Siddharth's actually been really relentless here,
100K.
putting in a small bet.
Call
Quick
100K.
call.
That's a snap call. That's a snap call with the bottom
indication
pair.
for Aditya to get away from that pot really quickly. He's out of that pot now. It's between Siddharth and Thakurji. I
And-
think another bet, if Thakurji doesn't improve, is going to help Siddharth.
Well, he
That's a very
does
good
pick up
card for Siddharth there.
equity on the turn to go for second barrel.
He's got an open-ended straight draw there.
And he's also seen that if, Thakurji is strong, he normally goes for a raise option, but
Yeah.
now he has just flatted, showing some sort of weakness. Let's see if we see a 3-barrel bluff by a chip leader, aka Pluribus, aka Siddhanth Kripalani. One of the most feared player in the Indian circuit, both online and offline.
That's it, taking it down,
Gets
doing
the
it like
job
it's
done.
supposed to be done. Siddharth
6
Kripalani.
high, like a boss. Quite optimistic there by Mr. Anand Thakur to flat call 3 suited on the button. Losing a bit of patience.
Big. $80,000 to call, sir. Fold. Raise 160. Fold.
Raju now opening up from the dealer button with his king 6 off, and Siddharth actually has an ace 7 off there. And if he decides to put in a raise, he's trying to make a habit out of this. There's been multiple times that Raju's,
They're all in.
and he has gone all in again with the ace 7. It's very difficult for Raju to make a call here.
Telling all the players on the table that it is not easy to raise my big blind. I'm not going to take it lightly. We saw that he raised
Okay, let's put a side
previously
bet.
with king
Do
queen
you
off.
think he's going to show an ace this time around to Raju when he makes that fold?
Yeah, definitely.
Is he going to show that ace?
Yeah.
He would.
Yeah, because the thing is, he knows that he's going to be doing that with the weak holdings, and this does pay off.
Yeah,
Builds
to show
your
an
image.
ace. Yeah.
I mean, you do have an image of being aggressive, being wild at times.
He makes a fold. Let's see what Siddharth does. Is he going to show an ace there? Nope.
Well, Raju didn't ask for it.
Raju needs to also realize that he needs to stop opening a wider range into Siddharth's.
The thing is, when
Big blind.
Raju does fold, it just forces Aditya Sushant to play more pots with Siddharth Kripalani, and we know that Aditya is on the shorter side. which would induce more action, which would induce more pay jumps. So something that he should avoid is to try to tangle with Siddharth Kripalani. We saw Thakurji do the same. I mean, why do you want to fight with one of the best players on the table?
Precisely my point, Jay Raju there. The 10-6 off. Early position under the gun. Letting that hand go. There's still a lot of playability here with that 2 million chip stack. He's got 25 big blinds to play with. Aditya Sushant now on the button. Puts in a raise to 160. We don't know what his hand is. But Siddharth on the small blind with Queen 8 off. Opting to just fold. Thakurji also wasting no time and folding his hand. Aditya Sushant picks up some chips, moves to 2.1 million. Thakurji is also at 2.1 million. And Jay Raju is also at 2 million. So all of these guys are at 25 big blinds flat each.
It's like basically the chip leader's dream come true when the three stacks have 2 million and you have 7 million, because now all the three people are like under a boiler, because nobody wants to go on fourth. They do want to secure that 30 lakh. If not the top, they do want to secure that 30 lakhs.
I didn't reach the FT, so I don't know.
I played a lot with Siddharth Kripalani online. Even the super high loader that I won quite a while back, he was the chip leader on that table. Unfortunately, he got unlucky with the other players and busted out, I believe, fourth. So something that he doesn't want to repeat on this main event.
Yeah, he's been playing quite solid poker on this final table, and he's got a good read of the table and understands where he can apply pressure and where he can't. And there's a raise from Aditya Sushant, and he very disciplinedly folding his suited queen there from the button. Does not want to really be flat calling there a lot. He also knows Aditya would not be going too much out of the line opening into three other players, that too knowing the ICM implications. Jay Raju has a connected hand.
Defendable hand.
Yeah, pretty defendable. Something that he can play post-flop. Makes the call. It's an ace-5 of diamonds. Very good hand there.
Heads up.
10, 4 board, pretty dry board, and it usually favors the pre-flop aggressor.
1.9? Around, yeah. Action किस पे?
Check.
Jay Raju checking it.
75.
80.
He took a chip count from Aditya first and then checked his option, and Aditya coming in with a continuation bet of just one big blind.
There we go, guys. We are seeing a masterclass.
420.
We saw Aditya bet one big blind, and then we saw Jay Raju going for the check raise option to 220k, and we have seen Aditya Sushant going for a 3-bet to 420k. This is
Definite
an
live read situation there,
sorry.
right? I believe Aditya now, he's been playing with Jay Raju for a very long time, and he has some sort of read on him for sure.
I mean, he's got a perfect hand to do that with it as well, because he's got the backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw,
Absolutely.
and he does have all the 10x in his range, the stronger 10x to be precise. And I feel like Jay Raju, if he had a 10, he would have just called, because he likes to slow play those hands. So he has, put Jay Raju either on a 4, which would definitely fold to a 3-bet. I mean, Aditya Sushant is not just somebody, he's just not some random player. He is a bracelet winner. He finished runner-up in a main event that was run a few months back. He's been tearing up on the online felts, winning titles after titles. You do not mess with this guy. I mean, there's a reason I picked up this person, even though he didn't come up with the cheap lead, but the experience that he brings to this table is just immense.
That was a very good, well-constructed hand there. Solid read, solid understanding of the dynamics. Getting it done, extending his chip stack, and with that I believe Raju has become the shortest stack on the table.
2 point something, right?
2.4, 2.5.
Siddhanth under the gun with 5-3 off suit. Folds. That hand goes into the muck. Thakur Anand with the king queen. He's had a limping strategy all this while. He's got 25 big blinds.
180. Raise.
This time around, he decides to raise to, I believe, 1,80,000 chips. And it's going to be folding all around, and he will pick up the chips. Button with Raju. Aditya Sushant on the small blind, the chip leader Siddharth Kripalani on the big blind, and we have Thakur Anand Mohan Singh first to act with his jack 5 off.
Fold. Fold.
Call.
Call. Big blind option, sir.
Aditya Sushant opting to limp in from the small blind, and a very solid hand with Siddharth on the big blind.
200 on the 280.
Raises it
280.
to 2,80,000 chips.
Total 280.
It's 200,000 more for Aditya Sushant to call with his king deuce. Not a hand that he would ideally want to continue with. Folds. On to the next hand.
Big.
Raju under the gun. Just limping now. He's got less than 20 big blinds. King 9 of spades, opting not to raise in. Aditya Sushant has a jack 3 of spades, letting it go. And on the
40,000 more.
on the small blind is Siddharth Kripalani.
Big blind option.
And Thakur Anand has the option on the big blind, and he decides to just check that. We're in a three-way pot. It's a limp pot. As Queen Jack 2 scored a gut shot for the pre-flop limper in J. Raju. Needs a 10 there. We don't know what Siddharth actually has, and it's been checked around on the flop by all the three players. A 7. No real connectivity there. Some exciting eyewear there by Thakur Anand Mohan.
Check down.
It's checked around on the turn as well. And a deuce on the river. And with that, Siddharth actually leading out with just one big blind. Thakurji doesn't really have a connection, but does J. Raju want to call with his king high? Makes the call. Oh, he has raised it. He's converted his hand into a bluff there with a king high, not opting to call, and he has raised. Now we don't know what Siddharth actually has here. We don't really know what Siddharth actually has here. And he makes the call. He definitely. No. He makes the call. He's going to see the good news. We don't know what Siddharth actually has there. There's a king 9. And he
So pair of 7.
shows 6-7 there with a pair of 7s, and a pretty well played hand there by Siddharth, and a little out of character play by J. Raju by raising it on the river. Trying to maybe represent a deuce, but he's not limping a deuce X from under the gun. Unless it's an ace deuce sometimes, but not the right card to represent.
Sorry?
It's better we be clearer when we say it, just so there's no confusion.
Sorry.
Sometimes you say it too silently or too bit unclearly.
A misstep by J. Raju there. He had a king high. Like if he was curious, he might have made that call. He might be beating some hands that Siddharth wouldn't bet on the river.
Yeah, because that kind of action, it's very difficult to get Siddharth off any pair.
Yeah, obviously, like
Right?
right there, he's just representing a deuce and a deuce only. And if the ranges are so polarized, it makes it just easy for Siddharth to just call that bet. Even the raise wasn't that big for him to fold any pair there.
Siddharth with the ace queen. Is he going to plan to rip it in straight up? Just open, apply pressure. Actually, ripping is not the correct decision there, because he's going to have a lot of the decent
A lot of
ace
junk.
X's. And all in and a call. It's in king 8 versus ace queen. I think J. Raju actually got a little out of character there, and now we have ace queen versus king 8, where J. Raju is at risk, and Siddharth Kripalani has the goods here with the ace queen. 64% equity to play with and eliminate J. Raju in 4th position. Are we going to see the top 3 stacks battle it out after this hand, or are we going to see a double up for J. Raju? Let's see the flop. Ace queen versus king 8, J. Raju at risk. It's a safe board for the ace queen. A king or an 8 only is going to help J. Raju survive. One card, the river. What is it? And that is it, a 5. And with that, Siddharth Kripalani has busted out J. Raju there, going slightly out of line with the king 8 off, but actually not a very bad decision, to be honest. He had very few big blinds there, somewhere close to about 13, 14 big blinds, and he ripped it in with his king against the button open of the pre-flop aggressor, which is also the chip leader, who was fairly wide throughout the game, and he just ripped it in and got a snap call by the ace queen of Siddharth Kripalani there.
J. Raju definitely losing the patience. He lost a bit of chips in the last hand, and then we just saw making a move on a chip later. I mean, it would work sometimes, but you know, when you receive a call, you are in a bad shape, and that is what we saw. We saw J. Raju getting eliminated in 4th position for 12.43 lakhs.
And with that, all the 3 players are guaranteed at least 19.4 lakhs. 19 lakh 40,000 rupees are guaranteed to all of these 3 players. And they need to be really, really proud, because they're on the podium finish You're at least coming third, and you've got at least approximately 20 lakhs. We're just
For a buy-in
looking
of
at-
60,000.
For a buy-in of 60,000. I mean, that's unbelievable amounts of money. And listen, there's still a lot to play for because the next pay jump is worth 10 lakhs. The next pay jump after that is worth another 13 lakhs on
Chalo,
top.
deal karo, haan, haan.
It
So
is
I am big blind?
humongous. Now we're still continuing the three-way action there between Thakur Anand Mohan Singh, Siddharth Kripalani and Aditya Sushant. We both have our initial picks right here in the top three, and there's going to be some high intensity
right?
action happening here on this final table. Siddharth has 9.2 million chips, and the blinds have increased to 50,000, 100,000 with a 100,000 big blind ante. We've already played 69 hands on this final table. It took 69 hands for these guys to come down from 8 players to 3 players. How many more hands would it take for us to see the penultimate, the final winner, Siddharth Kripalani?
I really hope that these guys end it quite quickly because they have a free roll to play as well after this main event. So do we. So I really hope this finishes quite quickly.
All right, we're going to see some action here. It's King 10 versus Pocket 9s. Thakurji, I've seen, likes to play very passively, and he's just flat calling again. He does not like to get out of line at all. And now this is going to invite Aditya Sushant also in this spot. We can see that Thakurji has 18 big blinds left behind. Aditya Sushant, after making this call, will have 20 big blinds left behind this one in time. Pocket 9s in the lead, closely followed by the King 10 off. Let's see how the flop is dealt and what are the equities post-flop. It's a very good flop for the pre-flop aggressor and very bad flop for the Pocket 9s. Quick check.
Sushi
by Aditya
clipping up the
Sushant.
middle pair, which is Queen 7. Siddharth Kripalani having a gut shot with King 10 offsuit.
$1,15,000.
What do Pocket 9s want to do here?
Beautiful graphics that we get to see all the 3 players in one screen. I mean, if I have Pocket 9s, I might just call one street or fold.
Raise 450.
Wow.
Fold 4,50,000.
You correctly said it that our Thakurji is passive pre-flop and then just aggro post-flop. Just picking on the weakness of Siddharth Kripalani and exploiting him to the max with his Pocket 9s on Ace Queen 5 board.
कितना और?
He's just playing with his image, that he has a tight image on the table. He thinks that he can get away with a murder.
295.
But I don't think that Siddharth is just gonna fold here. He's just gonna
325.
he's just gonna call here and play the pot.
I think flat calling is an option, but if he raises, he's going to take it down here and now. But it's just very difficult.
Yeah,
For
I
him
mean,
to raise, right?
what hands do want to raise? Like if you have aces queen, do you really want to raise here?
Yeah, but calling here is also alarm bells ringing for Thakur.
Yep, for
Right,
sure.
because he
For
must
sure.
understand his
I
nines
mean,
are no longer good here. But to be honest, we know they are, but they don't have enough equity because a 10 would beat him, king would beat him, a jack would beat him.
but he's ahead for now. And a deuce of diamonds doesn't change that.
Yeah, does Thakurji have
I mean,
the ability to put in another bet on this turn?
I really hope Thakurji decides to check this.
He checks it, but
And-
now listen, irrespective of whatever card comes on the river, Siddharth is betting.
See
He
the
can't go to showdown. Oh, he has checked,
King
and
high.
that's a quick check.
Nines. Wow. Ooh. We see the surprised look on our chip leader.
we are going to go in for a short break as the players wanted to discuss a deal. It's going to be a short 10-minute break, guys, and we're going to see you quickly after, and we will let you know if there was a deal cracked or not, but we're still going to continue the action and play for the trophy irrespective of the deal. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'd love to see you on the other side of this break, guys.
अरे कपड़ा तो पहना हूँ, ये रॉन्ग म्यूजिक है, कौनो फिरकी ले रहा है, ये हमरा प्रॉपर्टी है, ये हमरा प्रॉपर्टी है।
ओए ओए खा पी के,
हाँ?
ये तुम्हारी प्रॉपर्टी नहीं है, ये आईपीसी की ट्रॉफी है।
देखिए भाई साहब,
हाँ?
इसको जीतने के लिए आपको खेलना पड़ेगा एक अद्भुत खेल, पोकर। पोकर समझते हैं ना? पोकर। आए।
अच्छा, ये पोकर का होता है, इन लोगन का हाथ पकड़ के डाउनलोड कर लेते हैं ससुरा।
समझ गए भाई साहब। आए।
हम खेलेगा, हम खेलेगा।
तो चलिए शुरू करते हैं अपना पहला पड़ाव।
अरे ये क्या कर रहे हो? कहाँ बैठे हो? किसके साथ खेल रहे हो? कंट्रोल
कंट्रोल खुदाई कंट्रोल।
किसकी चांस है?
मजनू आली रे आली, आता तुझी बारी आली। अबे मुर्गी के कौन है बे तू? जिस पे है दम पत्ते लगाओ किंगडम। अबे किंगडम की थर्ड कॉपी तेरी तकदीर अच्छी है, क्योंकि जिस दिन अपन चिप्स उठाता है उस दिन गन नहीं उठाता, वरना अभी तक तो तेरी वाट लग चुकी होती।
स्वागत नहीं करोगे हमारा?
अरे भाई वेलकम वेलकम।
ये क्या है?
लाइव पोकर पेंटिंग। अरे इसी के लिए तो मैंने सब फुलझड़ी को बुलाया है।
अच्छा, कमाल करते हो यार।
झकास।
सर रेखा।
रेखा किधर है? रेखा रेखा।
अरे रेखा के आगे रखिए ना सर।
आए? जी बिल्कुल बिल्कुल रखेंगे, क्यों नहीं रखेंगे। हाँ वैसे आपने भी अच्छी राय दी है। समझ गए कि नहीं समझे? समझ गए आप तो। अरे ये सब तो चाय कम पानी है। गॉड फोल्ड ऑल इन।
इसका हाथ
डॉन का पकड़ना मुश्किल नहीं नामुमकिन है। मगर भाई साहब, ओ भाई साहब, ओ मगर असली डॉन तो मैं।
ठप्पा कहाँ है? कहाँ है ठप्पा? ठप्पा कहाँ है? कहाँ है ठप्पा?
पता नहीं, इनको मजाक सोच रहा है, मैं हार रहा हूँ।
ये ससुरा फिरकी ले रहा है का?
कब आएंगे अच्छे पत्ते? सुबह से ना किंग बटा है ना बटा है आधा है।
तो फिर फाड़ के फेंक दो एक गड्डी और पहन लो लूजर का पट्टा अपने गले में।
अरे लूजर बोला? अरे मुझे गुस्सा आता तो मैं क्या करता हूँ, बता इसे जरा।
मेरा एक हाथ नकली है, मैं पोकर का बहुत बड़ा खिलाड़ी था, लेकिन भाई ने एक दिन टिल पे आके दांतों से मेरा हाथ काट दिया, लेकिन दिल के बहुत अच्छे कभी कभी कुछ जीतने के लिए कुछ हारना भी पड़ता है, और हार कर जीतने वाले को
स्पार्टन कहते हैं।
अबे बिना रेक के हाउस गेम, तू क्या खर्चा पानी? डर गया?
अरे ये तो लुल प्लेयर है, ये रहा हमरा कॉल।
ब्लफ था।
हमरा कलर है, हमरा कलर है।
अरे ये तो मेरी गेम बजाने में लगा।
जीत गया हम, जीत गया हम।
बहुत ही उम्दा खेल रहे हैं आप जी।
पोकर में कलर नहीं फ्लश बोलते हैं।
बोलो जुबा पोकरी, अनोखा स्वाद, क्या बात है। चलिए खेलते 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 खेलिए 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 खेलिए। हाँ खेलिए, वेरी गुड। ला 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 ला।
ये मेरा कॉल। थप्पड़ से डर लगता है?
सेल्फ डिफेंस।
अबे सुन, हम तुमको इतना ब्लफ करेंगे, कंफ्यूज हो जाओगे कि मग कहां से करें और कहां से।
अच्छे पत्ते आ गए पापा। नट्स है। गॉल। I win. कॉल पे कॉल, कॉल पे कॉल, कॉल पे कॉल मिलता है माय लॉर्ड, लेकिन पॉट नहीं मिलता, पॉट नहीं मिलता। मैं आज भी फेंके हुए चिप्स नहीं उठाता।
ले लीजिए ना सर।
नो। क्यों टाक? नो मीन्स नो। कोई बात नहीं, मैं उठा लेता हूं, मुझे हैंडपंप लगवाना है। यह अशरफ अली का श्राप है। और जब यह 2.5 किलो का हाथ किसी पे पड़ेगा ना।
अरे लुल ससुरा, तुम अपना हाथ दो।
हाथा बाजी सटकली।
अरे तेरी, अरे कैसन गोला है, यहाँ तो कौनो हाथे नहीं पकड़ने देता ससुरा। कहा करें दादाजी, लो हाथ दो। हाँ हाथ दो।
जाओ पहले उस आदमी को पकड़ो जिसने मेरे हाथ में ये लिख दिया। अरे भगवान का दिया हुआ सब कुछ है, दौलत है, शोहरत है, इज्जत है। कोविड अभी खत्म नहीं हुआ है। सॉरी, बस बिग डैडी पर जाकर आईपीसी का टाइटल मिल जाए। मुझे लगता है अब घोड़ों की रेस में गधे भी दौड़ेंगे। अरे मजनू, चलता है तू मुझसे। कंट्रोल खुदाई, कंट्रोल। बिग डैडी सुन के गोवा समझे क्या? गोवा नहीं, नेपाल है। आईपीसी फायर है। Get in the game, साला।
This game may be habit forming or financially risky. Play responsibly.
and we are live in the beautiful city of Nepal, country of Nepal, here in Jhapa. 334 entries. The crushed main event guarantee of 2 crores. And we're down to 3 players that try to crack a deal, guys.
Yep. We have Siddhanth Kripalani, we have Aditya Sushant, and we have Thakur Anand Mohan Singh.
But at this point in time, the news is there is no deal. And we're going to move ahead with exactly the structure that we're following. Third place is guaranteed 19.4 lakhs. Second with 30 lakhs, 17,000. And first place, a whopping 43.05 lakh. Here we have
Playing
Thakur
for the
G.
big box. Siddharth Kripalani is the only player that can allow us to play the free roll if he busts the other 2 guys quite quickly. But I really hope that Aditya Sushant gives him a fight so that for our viewers, we have some content.
There's a small blind versus big blind hand. 10 deuce off has been raised to 350. The blinds are at 50,000, 100,000 with 100,000 big blind ante. Thakur G with the queen 9 off from the big blind.
Not sure whether to call with queen 9 offsuit or raise it up. He knows that Siddharth would be raising quite a lot.
He's mostly been the calling types.
Call.
And he does make the call with the queen 9. Now this should have Siddharth thinking of a little tighter range on Thakur Anand Mohan Singh's side. And would be wary of that fact. It's 10 deuce versus queen 9. Let's see the flop.
This is the first time we see Thakur Ji defending his big blind versus Siddharth open.
It's a 10 high board, but it's a gut shot for Thakur Ji. A jack is going to be a very helpful card. A 7 is going to be a very helpful card as well. So it's a double gutty for Thakur Anand Mohan Singh. And the flop goes check, check. The turn was a 4. And
2,25,000.
Siddharth continuing with a bet, delayed C bet here on the turn with his top pair. And taking it down. Chipping up to 9.2 million there. He's got 92 big blinds to play with. Been aggressive all throughout.
If you don't know these players, the guy in the yellow t-shirt is Aditya Sushant. The guy in the middle with black jacket is our Thakur Ji. And the guy wearing the white jersey,
Pari,
is Siddharth Kripalani, also known as Ender, also known as Pluribus.
He's got a legit hand, 3-way, ace jack, opening it up.
Raise 2,25,000.
Choosing a 2.25 big blind open sizing here. Thakur Ji with a jack 4 of clubs on the small blind. And Aditya Sushant on the big blind.
Fold.
Folds to Aditya, who has a jack 5 off. He's currently the shortest stack on the table and opting to make a call with his off-suited jack 5 there. Jack high board is going to spell some trouble. But the jack is going to be very difficult here because Thakur Ji also folded a jack on that board.
We're going to see Siddharth bet quite small on this flop. Something around 30% is my guess.
165.
Even smaller than 30%.
Well, that should get the job done against the Jack 5 off. A very wide defending range Aditya has from the big blind. That takes him down to 17 big blinds. Enough playability still for him because he understands that a single double up is going to give him a extremely playable stack of 35-40 bigs.
Small, big.
Eight deuce on the button.
1 lakh to call.
The queen 3 off on the small blind from Aditya.
Call.
He's had a limping strategy, just matches the big blind, and Siddharth is that kind of a hand where you may want to just check back, realize some equity. Looking down at Aditya's stack though.
Check.
Checks.
A hand that plays well post flop. 10
He also has position, right?
Yeah, definitely. You don't want to raise here and then fold to a jam by Aditya, you know.
And it's a good board. He has hit second pair, and Aditya doesn't really have much connectivity except for the back doors there. Back doors straight cross, 2 swords. The wheel draw. Oh, that's a lovely card.
Check.
Queen high might be good at times.
Yeah, and he's laying the trap there by checking back. And the 3 is something that has connected with Aditya, and that may force him to put in a value bet there. And he's definitely going to get raised.
150.
He puts in a bet.
1,50,000.
Now, I think he will have to call that raise as well, depending on the sizing there. It's a very tough spot for Aditya because
How much do you actually raise here?
I'm going to go
Because-
400.
How much?
Around 400, 450 there.
400, 450.
Because Aditya doesn't really have much ace X's there that he plays like this. He has a small pair or a bluff, right? So you want to target those sort of hands, maybe a king high sort of a hand. So you can't really go very, very big. Even if he has a 2 or a 3 there, which is value betting, will not call a very big bet. So 400,000 bet, in my opinion, should do the trick and get a call as well.
I think he goes massive. I think he goes 600, 650.
Well, that's going to get a fold out of a lot of deuce X's and
Yeah.
3 X's as well, right? I mean, he does have the full right to go absolute polarized here because we've seen him do that in the past as well. But
Raise.
that looks like a 450 sort of a bet.
5 lakh.
5 lakh.
What do you do here if you're Aditya when you know that your opponent is capable to bluff any 2 here in this spot because he senses that you are going when you bet this much on the river you're very like
you open the door for your opponent to bluff into you, right?
And I mean, what do you like? You didn't bet the flop, you didn't bet the turn. Like if you're a 10, you would have bet the flop or the turn. Now if you bet the river with an ace, I can make you fold by raising here on the river.
Yeah, but at the same time, Aditya does have a pretty decent bluff catcher there in the form of 3.
Yeah.
He's beating a lot of bluffs there. Aditya surely giving this a thought. I wouldn't blame him for making this call though. He does make the call.
Call?
Yes, sir.
Sees the bad news.
5 lakh.
And that really takes him down to a very short stack of 1.1 million. I mean, the way this hand was played, it was very, very deceptive play by Siddhanth. He went against his actual original nature of being aggressive and betting most of the times to just checking twice and showing some weakness, and that's actually something that deceived Aditya Sushant there in that spot. I think a very well played hand by Siddhanth there, and raising it up to a sizable 500,000 on the river.
I mean,
managing to get a call.
I mean,
full
one,
value.
Yeah, definitely. Like one thing I know about Siddharth and even the players that I was talking to that played versus him yesterday, they all told me one thing. Anytime Ender has a hand, he gets full value. It doesn't matter who your opponent is, he manages to get full value. I mean, he got full value from a hand as weak as Queen 3. I mean, on blind, when you're playing, yes, your pair do increase in strength, but I mean, him getting that max value, how to maneuver, like checking that turn back with his trips is just.
He's now
insanely
basically
overwhelming chip leader.
10 million chips. I mean, I don't even know if overwhelming is the right
100
word.
bigs. That's
He's
100
almost
bigs.
got all the chips in play.
He's got 100 bigs.
Yeah.
3-handed.
Aditya maybe has about 11 bigs, and maybe Thakurji has close to about 30 bigs, 25 to 30 bigs there. I'll have to check.
And I think it makes sense for Ender. I think it probably was Ender to refuse a deal because he has such a stack that he can dominate other players.
All in clear.
Who's gone all in here? Let me just check. I think
Thakurji
has gone all in and has to be really nutted here. This could have been a really blunderous all in if Siddhanth actually had a hand, because he knows that had Aditya Sushant only has 10 big blinds. Why would Thakurji want to jam his deuces here?
Thank you.
I think that's a misstep, even though that helped him win the spot. But that's some sort of a misstep there, because when you get called, you're in a very bad situation.
To be honest with you, see, Thakurji comes across a person who plays poker semi-recreationally. Like, he's a lawyer by profession, so he plays poker for fun. Someone who plays poker for fun might not be aware of the ICM that is involved on the final tables. So they just make the moves that they think are like the most profitable plays, and that is what we saw in the last hand. Because there are two kinds of people on the final table, Rajit. One that are ICM aware, the others are not, and those who are not aware make these moves. And later on they realize, that move was wrong, because it doesn't just cost you your chips, it costs you money, and real money. I mean, the jump between second and third is about 11 lakhs. Even like if you play any single tournament, the up top is not that much.
Yeah.
So all the players.
There, Aditya Sushant with a very good hand there in King 9, with his remaining 9 big blinds behind. Does he want to rip it in? He does go all in. And a quick fold there.
All the three players are guaranteed around 20 lakhs, 19.4 to be exact. The second place finisher will get 30 lakhs, and the first position is going to go home with 43 lakhs in his account. Right now we are playing a small blind of 50k, big blind of 100k, and a big blind ante of 100k. There is also a 20 lakh free roll happening that is being organized by the casino.
Call. Call.
You see Thakurji limping with ace-7 offsuit on the button.
Aditya can really start applying pressure with his queen 8 half the times. He just opts to call.
He just doesn't have a stack because he's got 11 bigs. But, Siddharth might apply pressure.
Let's see what he has. He's got the king 6. 3-way, family pot.
Check.
Quick check by Aditya.
Check.
So Jack 7 board. Thakurji has connected his 7 on that board.
Check.
Nobody else has had any connectivity.
Check around.
And an 8 in the end is going to give the hand to Aditya there. Thakurji being very passive in this hand and not wanting to bet his 7. And because of that, he is going to lose his particular hand to Aditya.
1,50,000.
I think might get a curious call here from Thakurji because
Call.
he did have a
call.
pair.
He's
He
gonna see
was
the
trying to
bad
take it down to
news.
the showdown.
Big. Big? Yes, sir.
Aditya raising it up. He's moved up to about 18 big blinds from 10. 11 actually. So I'm there on the small blind with 8-4 of clubs. Does not want to get involved in that part. Thakurji with the ace queen of clubs.
Waking up
Now,
with the goods.
He's never had the habit of raising. I'd love to see what he does here.
I think यहाँ पे all in जाएंगे ठाकुर जी.
हाँ, because वो तब खाली I actually think that will be out of character for him because he's done the same thing with aces, done the same thing with tens, he's done the same thing with queens, he's done
बट वो
the
सब
same.
कुछ उसके साथ करा है चिप लीडर के साथ सिद्धांत के साथ. यहाँ पे सुशी ओपन कर रहा है वो भी 15-16 बिग ब्लाइंड के साथ.
He does decide to raise.
यहाँ पे क्या साइज आएंगे रेस के लिए? मिन रेस
600,000 कोशिश करेंगे मेरे को लगता है.
हाँ इंड्यूस करवाएंगे एक्शन लगता है.
Aditya Sushant should know that he is quite nutted there.
हाँ मतलब यहाँ
But also Aditya should not be that loose here.
बिग ब्लाइंड से अगर मतलब ऐसे 3 बेट हाई है छोटी वाली तो वहाँ पे तो नट्स ही हैं.
450. That's very nutted.
देखना है कि आदित्य के पास क्या है यहाँ पे. वी स्टिल डोंट नो what are the cards he is holding. बट आई एम प्रीटी श्योर कि यहाँ पे अलार्म बॉल्स हैं और यहाँ पे अगर सुशी डिसाइड्स टू जैम ही इज सुपर नटेड.
He has gone all in and there is going to be a call here by Thakur Anand Mohan Singh. In all likelihood, I'll be really surprised if he makes a fold here. That'll be a...
क्या लगता है आदित्य के पास क्या है यहाँ पे?
Aditya is most likely has
king,
a pocket
aces,
pair.
kings, queens.
And I don't know if he has ace king. I think he has ace jack, ace 10 sort of a hand. It's ace queen versus ace queen. Wow.
Aditya has 2 flush draws though.
But do you see Thakurji has 51% there because he has a suited ace queen. And Aditya doesn't really want to see the clubs there on that board.
Chop it up.
There is one club. There are two clubs on that board. That is a sick board. What a sweat here. There's 65% chance. Yeah. पता है अब तो खुल चुके हैं.
Always a sweat.
Ace on the turn.
Thakurji going for the club.
Chop it up.
They're praying that there is no club on the river card. No club.
That is a 3 of diamonds. They will chop it up.
Good luck, bro.
ये good luck थोड़ा लेट आया लग रहा है.
I had clubs. सॉरी बोलने वाला था.
वो भी ठीक होता. You could have told me then.
That would have been a really bad way of
I didn't want to
losing
Ruin the experience.
a hand.
Ruin the experience. Yeah. Give me the full set.
You let you experience the full thrill.
I don't mind. First proper sweat of 50 for me.
मसाज नहीं मिलता क्या फाइनल टेबल में?
बुला सकते हो आप. Just tell.
क्या मसाज
नहीं allowed नहीं है.
I believe no massage is allowed on the final table, just the way no cell phones allowed on the final table.
I mean, if you give me 5% of your main event, I might do it as well. It doesn't hurt.
Yeah.
5%
I know
is a
people
lot
who
of
do it
20
for
lakhs.
1%. I know people who do it for 1%. Thakurji on the small blind with the ace 8 off. Looks like a raise on the small blind.
Where?
Playing into Aditya Sushant,
Thank you.
who has
It's
king
not
10. Well,
I think Sushi is just gonna flat call this, play this hand post flop.
Do you have another plug?
quick call.
No, not a plug point. A plug.
Where-
charge because iPhone wires don't
After the
work
flop,
on
Ace 8 versus King 10.
iPhone. Do you have a laptop or something that I can keep it?
Oh, that's a good board for Aditya Sushant there.
Just keep it for charge, no? I have to play the hand.
Thakur Ji does have the Ace of Hearts and
Thanks.
goes quick check check on the flop. And the turn card is a 5, no help.
175.
Thakur Ji opening up a little bit here, betting 1,75,000. I don't think Aditya is going to go anywhere with that kind of a bet. And also, the fact that he has a top pair there is most likely calling.
Call.
Pretty standard call.
Ace would be devastating for Aditya Sushant. All he needs to do is avoid the ace on the river, which he
Yes,
does.
deuce of hearts, yes.
Check.
And then I'm pretty sure
Thakur
he's
Ji
going to
just
go for some
quickly giving
value.
up. Just quickly giving up, quickly checking there.
At this point, Aditya is pretty sure that he's got the best hand. He's just trying to figure out how much to bet on the river so that he can get a call from a Jack X or a weaker King X or even Ace Highs at times.
Good.
Lakh 10,000.
Goes for quite a big bet. I don't think Ace High can call such a big sizing, especially having Ace of Hearts.
What? 7 lakh 10,000. Small big. Fold.
Aditya has Jack 8 offsuit in the small blind,
Call.
playing 24 big blinds, decides to limp.
Check.
Siddharth elects to check his option with 6-3 of diamonds.
Well, he has connected with this board. He's got second pair. He's mostly opted to check.
Siddharth does have backdoors.
And this time around, he does bet 100,000.
Does have backdoor diamonds. Can turn a lot of good draws, I believe, with 3-6 of diamonds.
Yes, it's a one big blind bet. I don't mind a float here, to be honest.
That's 2, that's 3.
Raise. 320.
We see a raise here.
I
with the
don't
back doors.
I don't think Aditya is going anywhere with his middle pair.
Yeah, me neither. I think we may see him re-raise there sometimes, but he decides to just call, and that's a quick call, which says a lot about Aditya's hand.
I mean, it doesn't make sense that Siddhanth is raising on the flop like such a like ace-high flop, because if he had a stronger ace, he would have raised it pre-flop. Well, he turns a pair now.
This hand basically gives some sort of showdown value to Siddharth, but he knows for a fact that Aditya has something on the flop.
Check. Check. Check.
Goes check check on the turn and the river. Aditya winning the much needed chips, increasing his stack to around 30 bigs now.
Nice comeback.
Small, big. Raise 2.
Queen 3 of clubs there by Aditya, opening from the button to 200,000. And Siddharth, in all likelihood, trying to size up a 3-bet with his suited connected hand there. Oh, and that looks like a big bet.
Six lakh.
Three times, 3-bet sizing there to 600,000. Thakurji laying down his ace 6 off.
Siddharth trying to tell Aditya that he is the table captain. He is still the table captain. He is the ship leader of the table. You can't mess with him.
Sizing out a big bet and getting the job done with his
Cards.
6-7 of clubs.
We are live from Casino Vegas here in Nepal, Chapa. You're watching the main event coverage of Indian Poker Championship Megastacks 2022.
Siddhanth opening it up with the king deuce off from the dealer button.
225.
This event had a buy-in of 60,000 and the up top money for this event is 43 lakhs. We just beat the guarantee by one entry. There were a total number of 334 entries that played this event.
225.
Thakurji giving it a thought with his ace-6 off. Maybe he has a feeling that he is ahead and opts to make the call of 225,000 chips. And Aditya also on the big blind.
Call.
Calling in. After the flop, ace-6 versus ace-4 versus king deuce, and that seems like a good board for all of them.
Check. Check or backstar. Check.
$225.
225,000.
Thakurji checking on the small blind, and Aditya Sushant finding the wrong time to lead out with a bet of 225,000 on the turn because Siddhanth has made it straight with the king deuce, and I think he's just going to be flat calling here on a rainbow board.
Fold.
Let's see the river card. The river is an inconsequential 5 of diamonds, but Aditya did bet the turn and try to bluff there with his ace high. He is, I believe, in my opinion, trying to represent something here, and he does go ahead with 5,50,000. He's going to see
Ace high.
a quick call and see the bad news because Siddhanth actually has the king there with the king high straight, picking up this big pot, and with that Aditya would go back down to about maybe 1.7, 1.6 million.
Do you think there's a misstep by Aditya Sushant out there trying to represent?
I mean, not really. He was representing, and most of the times he does not expect Siddhanth to have a lot of king X's there. This time around he did, but if he did not, he would surely get this bet through. Right?
That is right, yeah. There are two straights, so it's really hard for the players to call with a pair or two. It's always the smaller straight that calls you or the bigger straight.
There we have it. Thakurji with 15 big blinds, Aditya Sushant down to 1.6 million with 16 bigs, and Siddhanth Kripalani with 110 big blinds there. On the button, Thakur Anand Mohan Singh with the ace-8 of clubs.
Call. Call. They're all in. All in.
कॉल बोला इन्होंने कॉल
Call. Call.
Slight confusion there. Thakurji has actually not gone all in and just called the 100,000, but Aditya Sushant waking up with a monster hand there, raising it up with his ace jack off.
10-15.
He's literally committed half of his chip stack.
All in. All in.
And there is an all-in by Thakurji, and a quick call, and that's going to be ace-jack versus ace-8. This time around, Aditya does cover Thakurji only by one big blind, and It's not Ace King
Jack
versus Ace
off,
Queen this time
Ace
around. It's
eight
Ace
of
Jack
clubs.
off versus the Ace 8 Thakurji at risk for his tournament life. Will we see a heads up between Siddhanth and Sushant, or will we see Thakurji doubling up and crippling Aditya Sushant there? The board is deuce,
card has to
5, deuce with
Five.
one club.
Still feels like a bad board. Still feels like a bad board. And like,
The 4, there are some chop outs here.
5, 3, 8.
I think I covered
6
Chop, chop.
is
Oh, no.
done.
Even.
And Aditya Sushant wins this spot, and with that we have eliminated Thakur Anand Mohan Singh, and he will be out in third position and taking back home 19.4 lakh. And Aditya Sushant would move up to upwards of 3 million, somewhere close to 3.54 million in my opinion. And we're going to see a heads-up battle between Aditya Sushant and Siddhanth Kripalani. They're just doing the final count, make sure that he's out, and all of his chips are going to be shipped towards Aditya Sushant's place. Beautiful display, and he has taken home 19.4 lakh, and now it's heads up between the two pros. We're going to have a lot of action coming in, guys, and this is it. It's between Aditya Sushant, Siddhanth Kripalani, and it's between, for the first prize of 43 lakh and the second prize of 30 lakh, 17,000. They're both guaranteed 30 lakh, and we're going to continue the heads up action after a short break. So do join us there.
Hello and welcome to penultimate day of IPC Megastacks Nepal edition. We are done with 2 events and now we're on day 2 of 60k main event. We started with 98 players on day 2 and saw some early busts as well. Well, 42 players were paid out, but unfortunately, Mr. Mahesh Shyam Sundar, who was the winner of 25k kickoff, was busted at the 43rd position. We have another event going on, that is the 15k mystery bounty alongside the main event. Well guys, it's not a regular bounty event, because the people who make it in the money gets a chance to win it. Bounties are placed randomly in a ball with an amount written on it. Once a player busts another, gets a chance to pull out one envelope from the ball and gets to win the bounty amount. And the player who gets bust gets the ICM amount according to the position. The excitement of the players was next level for the mystery bounty that they were getting. And finally, we got our 8 finalists. And within 2 hours, we got our winner in the form of Mr. Vivek Singh, who won 3.14 lakhs and 9 bounties in total. Also, the grand bounty worth 1.57 lakhs was won by our 4th bust, Mr. Abhishek Jain. While all this was going on, we got our 8 finalists of the 60k main event. Well, that is all for now. This is Palak Pulswani signing off from IPC Megastacks 2020. and welcome to another exciting day of IPC Megastacks 2022. Well, today is the main event Flight 1B, where we got total registration of 164 players. While combining the registration of Flight 1A and 1B, we got total registration of 334. So guess what? We've crossed the GTD mark of the main event. Yes, exactly. The prize pool of the main event is staggering 2 crores 40,000. So now we're down with 45 players from the main event 1B and 53 players from the main event 1A. So that means we have total 98 players who will be fighting for a humongous prize pool of 2 crores 40,000. So now you guys can imagine how exciting this battle is going to be. Well, I am super excited, but you guys stay tuned. Well, this is Palak Purswani from IPC Megastacks 2022 signing off. India Poker Championship Megastacks 2022 is here. We have an exciting lineup of live events spread over 7 days, offering guaranteed colossal prize pool worth 3.5 crores with 4 top-notch events, along with some satellite packages, free rolls worth rupees 70 lakhs. Let the battle begin. Get in the game.
अरे कपड़ा तो पहना हूँ, ये रॉन्ग म्यूजिक है। कौनो फिरकी ले रहा है। ये हमरा प्रॉपर्टी है, ये हमरा प्रॉपर्टी है।
ओए ओए खा पी के, यह तुम्हारी प्रॉपर्टी नहीं है, यह आईपीसी की ट्रॉफी है।
देखिए भाई साहब, इसको जीतने के लिए आपको खेलना पड़ेगा एक अद्भुत खेल, पोकर। पोकर समझते हैं ना? पोकर। आए।
अच्छा, ये पोकर का होता है। इन लोगों का हाथ पकड़ के डाउनलोड कर लेते हैं ससुरा।
समझ गए भाई साहब। आए।
हम खेलेगा, हम खेलेगा।
तो चलिए शुरू करते हैं अपना पहला पड़ाव।
अरे ये क्या कर रहे हो? कहाँ बैठे हो? किसके साथ खेल रहे हो? कंट्रोल कंट्रोल खुदाई कंट्रोल। किसकी चांस है?
मजनू आली रे आली, आता तुझी बारी आली। अबे मुर्गी के कौन है बे तू? जिस पे है दम पत्ते लगाओ, किंग हम। अबे किंगडम की थर्ड कॉपी तेरी तकदीर अच्छी है, क्योंकि जिस दिन अपन चिप्स उठाता है उस दिन गन नहीं उठाता, वरना अभी तक तो तेरी वाट लग चुकी होती।
स्वागत नहीं करोगे हमारा?
अरे भाई वेलकम वेलकम।
ये क्या है?
लाइव पोकर पेंटिंग। अरे इसी के लिए तो मैंने सब फुलझड़ी को बुलाया है।
अच्छा, कमाल करते हो यार।
झकास।
सर रेखा।
रेखा किधर है? रेखा रेखा।
अरे रेखा के आगे रखिए ना सर।
आए? जी बिल्कुल बिल्कुल रखेंगे, क्यों नहीं रखेंगे। हाँ वैसे आपने भी अच्छी राय दी है। समझ गए कि नहीं समझे? समझ गए आप तो। अरे ये सब तो चाय का पानी है। गॉड फोल्ड ऑल इन।
इसका हाथ
डॉन का पकड़ना मुश्किल नहीं, नामुमकिन है। मगर भाई साहब, ओ भाई साहब, ओ मगर असली डॉन तो मैं।
ठप्पा कहाँ है? कहाँ है ठप्पा? ठप्पा कहाँ है?
नहीं
कहाँ है ठप्पा?
पता नहीं, इनको मजाक सोच रहा है, मैं हार रहा हूँ।
ये ससुरा फिरकी ले रहा है का?
कब आएंगे अच्छे पत्ते? सुबह से ना किंग बटा है ना बटा है आधा।
तो फिर फाड़ के फेंक दो एक गड्डी और पहन लो लूजर का पट्टा अपने गले में।
अरे लूजर बोला? अरे मुझे गुस्सा आता तो मैं क्या करता हूँ, बता इसे जरा।
मेरा एक हाथ नकली है, मैं पोकर का बहुत बड़ा खिलाड़ी था, लेकिन भाई ने एक दिन टिल पे आके दांतों से मेरा हाथ काट दिया, लेकिन दिल के बहुत अच्छे
कभी कभी कुछ जीतने के लिए कुछ हारना भी पड़ता है, और हार कर जीतने वाले को
स्पार्टन कहते हैं।
अबे बिना रेक के हाउस गेम, तू क्या खर्चा पानी? डर गया?
अरे ये तो लुल प्लेयर है। ये रहा हमरा कॉल।
ब्लफ था।
हमरा कलर है, हमरा कलर है।
अरे ये तो मेरी गेम बजाने में लगा।
जीत गया हम, जीत गया हम।
बहुत ही उम्दा खेल रहे हैं आप। ये
पोकर में कलर नहीं, फ्लश बोलते हैं।
बोलो जुबा पोकरी। अनोखा स्वाद, क्या बात है। चलिए खेलते खेलते खेलते, खेलिए 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 खेलिए। हाँ हाँ खेलिए, वेरी गुड। ला 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 ला।
ये मेरा कॉल। थप्पड़ से डर लगता है?
सेल्फ डिफेंस।
अबे सुन, हम तुमको इतना ब्लफ करेंगे, कंफ्यूज हो जाओगे कि मग कहां से करें और कहां से।
अच्छे पत्ते आ गए पापा। नट्स है। कॉल। I win.
कॉल पे कॉल, कॉल पे कॉल, कॉल पे कॉल मिलता है माय लॉर्ड, लेकिन पॉट नहीं मिलता।
स्पॉट नहीं मिलता। मैं आज भी फेंके हुए चिप्स नहीं उठा था।
ले लीजिए ना सर।
नो क्यों टाक, नो मीन्स नो। कोई बात नहीं, मैं उठा लेता हूं, मुझे हैंडपंप लगवाना है। यह अशरफ अली का श्राप है। और जब यह 2.5 किलो का हाथ किसी पे पड़ेगा ना।
अरे लुल ससुरा, तुम अपना हाथ दो।
हाथा बाजी सटकली क्या?
अरे तेरी, अरे कैसन गोला है, यहाँ तो कौनो हाथे नहीं पकड़ने देते ससुरा। का करें दादाजी, लो हाथ दो। हाँ हाथ दो।
जाओ पहले उस आदमी को पकड़ो जिसने मेरे हाथ में ये लिख दिया। अरे भगवान का दिया हुआ सब कुछ है, दौलत है, शोहरत है, इज्जत है। कोविड अभी खत्म नहीं हुआ है। सॉरी। बस बिग डैडी पर जाकर आईपीसी का टाइटल मिल जाए। मुझे लगता है अब घोड़ों की रेस में गधे भी दौड़ेंगे। अरे मजनू, चलता है तू मुझसे। कंट्रोल खुदाई कंट्रोल। बिग डैडी सुन के गोवा समझे क्या? गोवा नहीं, नेपाल है। आईपीसी फायर है। गेट इन द गेम साला।
This game may be habit forming or financially risky. Play responsibly.
Welcome, guys. As you know, we're down to our final two.
There you go. And we are back on the other side of the break. The two players have finalized a deal. Initially, the prize amounts being given were 30 and 43 lakh for second in the first place, and now they've conducted a deal where Aditya Sushant is guaranteed 33.5 lakhs and Siddharth Kripalani is guaranteed 39.72. Let's quickly go on to the presentation and have the two players ready to start playing for the trophy.
Welcome back, guys. As you know, we're down to our final two players of the 60K main event. And this is the mega battle of IPC Megastacks 2022. As expected, we saw some exceptional display of skills and experience on this table. And now we're ready to begin the heads-up battle. The chip leader, Siddhanth Kripalani, with a stack of 1.0 crores. What a dominance, Siddharth. Congratulations. And we have Aditya Sushant with a stack of 33.65 lakhs. Congratulations. Well, the winner will take home 43.05 lakhs and the glorious trophy. And the runner-up takes 30.17 lakhs. So all the best, guys. Let the mega battle begin.
Thank you so much for that introduction there, Palak. And we are going to start the action. The live action between the two players, Aditya Sushant and Siddharth Kripalani. Siddharth Kripalani initially was my choice. Aditya Sushant was Akshay's choice. We have both of them on the final table in the heads-up situation, guys. This is the main event, final table, heads-up between these two players, and this is the final coverage in terms of the India Poker Championship Series for 2022 here in Nepal. I can't wait for this action to begin. What are your thoughts here?
Really excited to see both our picks making it this far. I mean, my pick does have a shorter stack than you, but has more experience compared to your pick.
Play and pause on my phone again, na? Like pause and play. It's there. Small blind कितना? 150.
Big blind is 100.
100.
आने दो, बोलने दो, कुछ पता चलेगा.
Siddharth on the button with 10-6 of clubs, 10-6 of off.
295.
The blinds are still 50,000, 100,000 with 100,000 big blind ante.
From YouTube. Heads up.
Aditya on the big blind. Calls with the king 10 off.
Set.
Almost 3-1 chip deficit for Aditya Sushant here.
One double up for Aditya Sushant would mean they both would have equal stacks.
Both players making the deal on the final table and
325.
just playing for the trophy now.
Yes. And Siddharth with a sizable bet. 325 and a quick call there. Aditya Sushant floating with his king 10 off on a 5-jack-7 two-tone board. They both have connected with a 10 and this would give both of them some showdown value. The question is, would Siddharth want to opt in for another barrel?
Both players making a pair on the turn. Aditya making a better pair. I mean, making the same pair with a better kicker.
The 9 of diamonds. Bringing in the flush draw. The flush. And nobody has the flush in that situation. And a very small blockerish bet with his pair of 10 by Aditya. And a quick call, and he's going to see the bad news that the king 10 beats the 10-6.
Right now you're watching India's best players battle it out, heads up.
Okay.
0.5, that's 8.6. 8.7.
Those are 20s.
8.9, 9.1. 9 million, 25, 9 125, 9 145. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Here we can see the tournament directors just doing a final chip count of both the players in order for us to see the exact same graphics.
Leave it on. Leave it here.
465. 4,065,000. Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Start, sir.
आप shuffle तो करो.
Aditya seems to be in a hurry. Well, I am pretty sure that he has a plane to catch. He's planning to travel for an international trip after he wins this main event. So yeah, making sure the dealer starts shuffling so that he can finish it up.
There we have Aditya. 4 million.
225.
40 big blinds.
225.
225.
Another 10-6 there for Siddharth. Opting to make a call.
He lost it last time with 10-6. Let's see if he can regain.
Pretty decent board.
Something for both the players, I believe. Well, they're both on the draws.
And they both have each other's outs, but at this point in time, Aditya Sushant with the lead with his queen 7. The queen high is good on this particular board right now. The action has been checked by both the players and the ace of hearts on the turn.
Check.
But Siddharth can have some ace X's in his defending range, but not surely the good ones. And Aditya can obviously have a lot of ace X's in his raising range, including the strong ones.
Taking down the pot to the river with queen high,
And
making
he
a pair
hits
of
the
queen on the river.
Yeah. It's going to go for some value bet here, and I already don't think Siddharth is going to be calling in with the 10 high, and he's not wanting to convert his hand into a bluff.
200.
Quick fold. And there you can see the shiny trophy of the India Poker Championship main event being placed in the middle of the table, and that's exactly what these two are fighting for. The prize pool has been locked in, where Siddhanth Kripalani is guaranteed to take home 39,72,000, and Aditya Sushant is guaranteed a 33,50,000 payout. So there's no money that they're paying for anymore. They've already bagged that amount. They don't look happy right now, but I assure you from within they're really bubbling because they're still in their zone, because they're playing for that trophy up top and the title of the main event winner at India Poker Championship.
Raj, you see both of them are very, very experienced, have been in these spots earlier, have won money, but this is a significant amount of money and they do not want to lose focus. They are fighting for the glory, they are fighting for the trophy. Let's see who wins this one.
Well, it's 225. 225 to call. Call.
Aditya making back-to-back FTs for the main event.
King 9-4.
Check.
Flopping a gut shot.
No real connectivity for Siddharth there.
What do you do here, Prajit? Do you raise? Do you just call? If you're Aditya?
I think I just call, to be honest. And a 7. Brings in the 3 clubs, but also has made a pair for
Aditya
Siddharth.
now has 17 outs to
I think he
improve.
can easily check back now. Quickly checks back. But a lot of outs for. And that's not one of the cards. And with that, I think Siddharth Kripalani could have gone for a pretty decent value bet there, but would have not received a call. Queen high there. And Siddharth taking the pot down with the 7-5. 2 pair kings and 7s with the 9 kicker.
you take? So, 3.9 you have, right?
I think I'm more.
That's 2. Okay,
Yeah,
that's 4.
3.9. 3.9.
What will you put, sir? अच्छा डेक के लिए रुके
वो है ना उसको मालूम पड़ जाए ये कर सके
They're looking very focused.
There you can see the main event trophy. You know, I've lifted, tried to lift at least the other trophies, and they were really heavy. I can't imagine how heavy this particular trophy will be. It's got the India Poker Championship Megastacks winner main event IPC Nepal 2022 written on it, with the Indian Poker Championship logo right on the top. It's a big trophy. I don't know how they fit it in their bag on their
Massive
way
trophy,
back.
like comes in a probably a special case.
It does come in a case. And they're trying to replace the deck, at least replace one card in the deck, which I believe has been damaged. And we're looking for that one particular card, and as soon as that card has been replaced is when we are going to resume action. It's a beautiful trophy, isn't it, Akshay?
I mean, it's like a dream trophy to have such a trophy sitting in your trophy collection room. I wouldn't mind that, Raju, if I can win this at any given point of time. What about you?
Oh,
You
why
already have
not?
one?
I have one, but you know, who's content with one? You
Well,
actually
you have
want
the
another
silver
one.
one. You have the
I have the
silver
silver
one.
one. That's a gold color one.
Yep.
Why not? Why not? I mean, more than one trophies on the shelf always look nice.
Well,
And
talking about trophies, we know that IOPC is starting very soon, and we do get some sort of, kind of, what do you call it? They do send some goodies if you ship the final table, so hopefully they do that this time as well. I think last time I got a batch of like saying it was IOPC. They said it was real gold. I haven't got it checked. Who knows?
we have to believe them if they said it.
I mean,
Can't have fake claims for that.
yeah. Might have to take that to the jewelers.
Check. Check. Check.
I think this is where we might see some betting happen from Aditya.
420.
Goes for a massive,
420.
massive sizing.
Fold.
There we go. Takes that down the pot with Jack High, making sure that Siddharth folds his Queen High, making a better hand fold. A well executed bluff by Aditya Sushant, the bracelet winner.
King 8 of hearts on the button, which is also the small blind in heads up poker. It's first to move pre-flop, but has position post-flop. Do you think Aditya would be defending this?
Call.
I
He
heard a
does.
call, so yes.
I'm assuming that he has 100% defending range against that size of openings. 6-3 off. And he has
Check.
hit 3, but there's a flush draw there.
Action flop. for both the players.
Absolutely. Siddharth still has the equity advantage there.
175.
Goes in with a 175. What do you think, Aditya? Is he sizing up a raise? That 993 board.
He can mix, definitely.
He does raise to 450 now. Siddharth isn't going anywhere. He could really clip back.
He can also come over the top.
He can really come on the top, over the top here with his king high flush draw. He has the equity advantage here. He knows a 3 may be making this play. 9 is going to be balanced sometimes. Some very few frequency of 9s would raise here. Most of the frequencies of 9s would want to opt a call. And he's figuring it out. He just makes the call. Now a 9, in case of Siddharth Kripalani's range, would just flat call there. Some of the times, most of the times. And the deuce is quite inconsequential there. So if Aditya felt that his 3 on that 993 board was good, then he would continue betting. But he needs to take into consideration Siddharth does have some pocket pairs there, which would play like this. He's got 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, all those type of hands.
You can see on top of your screen Siddharth Kripalani's outs. He's got 15 outs. Any heart, any king, any 8 will make him win this hand.
Absolutely.
Or if he chooses to bluff.
That's a half pot bet there. And I think if
Still
Siddharth
has to-
thinks that Aditya Sushant is bluffing here, then he may want to just rip it in, but he just decides to make that call, and that's a very solid call. Looks very strong when he just calls it like that. It's a 1 SPR pot now with 2.9 million in the pot, and Aditya Sushant left behind with 2.8 million.
I think it goes check, jam, no matter what the river card is.
It's a 10.
So basically it goes check, jam.
I'm not sure if Aditya can jam himself, so he's most likely either going to put in a blocker bet there or just check.
A blocker bet doesn't make any sense. If you have a 9 and if you have a 3, you don't want to put yourself open to raises by the other opponent. So it's, I think, the most likely scenario here is going to be a check by Aditya. Siddharth can take it to the showdown with king high because Aditya can have inferior flush draws.
Well, it is a blocker bet.
That is the blocker bet.
He's just gone about 12% there for a small blocker bet. And the question is Siddharth going to sniff this out and just raise? Because if he does raise, he's going to put Aditya in a very, very tough spot.
To be honest with you, Prajit, I'm pretty sure that 3 does block the river, but no 9x play like that. So it's either like a hand like 10-9, maybe, that uses this sizing with a 3 to balance it out. All the 9x are going massive, like going all in on the river here.
Yeah, so he's kind of
and
made clear that he does not have a 9 there.
Yeah, pretty sure. Like, and Siddharth has all the 9s. He's called the flop, he's called the turn, and get ready for it. Lock your seats.
What a solid hand.
1.4
million.
Let's see if Aditya can sniff this out and make the call.
I think it's not the easiest call to make because he's been called on the flop, called on the turn. And a call.
Call.
Wow. What a hand. And with that,
maybe he wanted to induce action here with 6-3. Because that was a very quick call, and that is, I think that bet was designed to induce some
Aditya
action.
Sushant's just become the chip leader.
Amazing betting by Aditya Sushant on the river, going for a block bet and then just snapping it off, sniffing out that Ender has more bluffs here than value, taking down the chip lead.
Not an easy play on the river because he's called him on the flop, called him on the turn. He's
this is the first
raised him on the river.
Yep. This is the first time Ender has lost his chip lead. And he's lost his chip lead to none other than Aditya Sushant. My pick, the bracelet winner. And now we are on the level field, I believe.
Yeah, and we're seeing some solid heads-up play here by Aditya Sushant.
What do you think about that?
Really
last time,
solid heads-up
Rajat?
play.
I mean,
Very impressive, to say the
225.
least. It was actually very, very impressive. He just knew exactly where he was. He also knew exactly where his opponent was, and he knew that his a pair of three on that 993 board, he raised on the flop, bet the turn, blocker bet the river, induced a raise, and called it off immediately.
do you think Siddharth could have gone all in there? Than
Yes,
going
I
for a
think
raise?
if I was in his shoes, I would most likely just rip it in, call him in for his entire tournament life, make the decision a lot more tougher. Here we have Aditya, 8-7 versus Jack 5. No real connection there. Siddharth ahead.
150.
At this point in time, listen, poker is also a game of momentum, and suddenly we see the momentum has shifted from Siddharth to Aditya. And with that, Aditya taking down another pot and moving up to 6.7 million. And with that, Siddharth has gone down to 5.8 million. The blinds are going up, but do not forget the fact that these guys are still very, very deep.
That's 10,000. 10,000. 61 million.
The blinds have gone up to 60,000, 120,000 with a 120,000 big blind ante.
You can see the deposit codes on your screens because IOPC is coming. Just as we wrap this one up, I believe the IOPC starts on the online fields.
250. Call. Yes. Call.
Siddharth picks up a flush draw and Aditya makes a pair.
Action board again.
Action replay of the last time, I believe.
I would love to see a 5 of clubs.
Well, that's fine as long as the river is Jack of Hearts. Oh, well,
Jack
he
of
does
Hearts
have the
can't be.
Well,
So
Jack of Spades. We'll give the will. Or 5 of Hearts. Goes for a big pot. Big bet. Around 70%, I believe. He bets 400k in a pot of 600k.
And a call there. Aditya.
I'm not really sure of that bet sizing, to be honest with you, Prajat. Going for a massive bet on King Jack 8, where you have the range equity, range advantage, where you have the nut advantage. You don't really have to go big there. You don't have to polarize yourself. He does have 12 outs to improve.
Check.
Aditya checks again. And a quick check by Siddharth as well. The 4 coming in, not completing any draws.
I would love to
unless-
see a check by Sushi here.
Check.
And Siddharth has to bluff at it. 9 high. Can't check back. Doesn't beat anything.
I'm only thinking about the sizing that he chooses here.
Something around pot.
I
But
mean,
it would get
I
called
personally feel that
quite
Aditya's gonna-
quickly.
Yeah, Aditya's going to make a quick call.
So, yeah.
Because what kind of King X bets the turn, bets the flop, checks the
Checks
turn,
turn, yeah.
and then tries to bet again on the river. Very, very few hands that are played
Well-
like this in terms of the line.
Siddharth does have a good card in his hand. He's got a 9
That's
blocking
actually
the
a
straight.
sizable bet there.
Yeah.
900k into 1.4 million.
I think Sushi is gonna sniff it up and just calls him down with a pair of jack. And we see Aditya increasing his chip lead and Siddharth Kripalani only left with 4.3 million. Not only because he still has a lot of blinds.
It's got about 35 big blinds.
Yeah. There we go.
But it's actually been role reversal here. They've actually reversed the stacks from the beginning of the heads up. Now
Line.
Aditya Sushant actually has a 2-1 chip lead there.
Yeah, the line that Siddharth chose was not like it didn't make sense to me. I mean, if he had a king, he would have continued to bet the turn. I think the line that he might have taken is bet small on the flop and then go for like an overpot when he picks up the equity, which he did. That might have made more sense. Because when you bet big on the flop, you are saying I either have a king or a draw, and then if you have a king, you do not slow down on the turn because turn did not change anything. Or he has to bet big the flop and bet big on the turn if it's a brick. I'm pretty sure he's gonna refocus and give a strong fight for this trophy, for this beautiful trophy.
All right. There's a second pair for Siddharth here and a cut shot for Aditya. And 8 is going to basically give Siddharth 2 pair, but
300.
Goes for half pot size
to Aditya.
Siddharth is just going to flat call.
Yes,
this
definitely.
With his middle pair. Backdoor straight draw.
Are those?
Yeah, black chips.
Calling chips. The 4 gives more equity to Aditya here because it now is no longer a gut shot, it's an open-ended straight draw.
I'm pretty sure we're going to see Aditya fire one more bullet at it.
The sizing is also going to be a very critical thing. Would he go somewhere around 700, 800,000 here? Yes, he does. He goes around 750,000.
He can't hear you, but he can feel you.
Yeah. I still don't think Siddharth is going to fold.
Yeah.
He is definitely going to call here, but he needs to be wary of the fact that when he does make this call, the SPR is going to be of exactly 1. And he may see a rip from Aditya Sushant on the river.
I would love to see that
rip.
Fact. I would love to see that rip. I see calling chips. Yep, I feel like those are calling chips, and on to the river we go.
We move on to the river. Any 3 or any 8 is going to help help Aditya here. And it's a deuce
of clubs.
So it's a very inconsequential, non-connected card. It's neither a heart, nor is it completing any draws. Nobody does have a 3-5 here. 3-5 gets it, but nobody has a 3-5. Siddharth has checked. I don't see any other play for Aditya here.
No sizing would make sense.
Yeah, except for an all-in here. I mean, he does go all in.
There we go. We see an all-in by Aditya Sushant. Can Siddharth Kripalani make this hero call?
I think he can.
With a pair of 9.
I really think he can.
So the action went Aditya raised pre-flop and Siddharth Kripalani called. The flop was ace-9-7. Siddharth check call a bet of 300k, which was half pot. Turn was a 4, giving more equity to Aditya Sushant. Siddharth check called a big bet of 750k, and now Aditya has put Siddharth Kripalani for all of his chips. Test him out.
This is for his tournament life, but if he makes this call, it's going to be a beautiful call.
Aditya can have a lot of value here. I don't see many bluffs. Probably 6-5 is one of the bluffs that is a clear bluff here. But let's see if Siddharth can find it out, because Aditya has done it in the last 2 hands. He has made those calls.
He's most likely thinking that whether Aditya Sushant has an ace or not there.
Yeah.
Right? There are a lot of missed draws as well there.
The problem is, if you're wrong, you'll lose that trophy.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's gone. It's not coming back. You have to wait for the next IPC to come back to win that trophy.
And he does make the call. What a beautiful call that is. Wow. The 9-8. Sniffing it out. Beautiful call. Getting the momentum back in his favor. He's now the chip leader again. We're seeing swings and swings in this heads up. And I had a feeling that he would sniff it out and make that call. The way this hand was played.
I mean, I am not really sure on what to say about that, because there are two things that are involved here. Well, Aditya, first of all, I got to say that Aditya did realize that Siddhanth has made an amazing call. He did give a nod to Siddhanth that good call. Now, my thing is, now you're only playing for the trophy, right? So the players are more worried for the money than the trophy. But, I mean, if the money was involved, if it was like a 13 lakhs jump, it would put more pressure on Siddhanth. I'm not taking anything away. Siddhanth made an amazing call. I mean, this is not an easy call, even if it's for trophy, But if the money was involved, like as in 11 lakhs were involved, plus the trophy, it would have put more pressure on Siddhanth. But as I said, I don't want to take anything away from Siddhanth. Amazing call with a second pair facing 3 barrel by our bracelet winner.
I think that was the hand of the tournament for me at this point in time. I just don't want to take anything away from Aditya there as well, because what he did in terms of constructing the sizing on the flop, on the turn, creating one SPR on the river, and we thought that he would rip it on the river, and he did exactly that with his 6 high, representing that strong ace, because he's a pre-flop aggressor as well. But the thing is, he got called on the flop, called on the turn, and then Siddhanth actually sniffed it out on the river as well and made that call for his entire tournament life. And that's a gutsy move. I mean, no jokes. That's extremely gutsy, to be honest.
And they're also playing for bragging rights, I like for Siddhanth it would be, I beat a bracelet winner, and for Aditya it would be like, I beat Ender, who's like the most feared player on the online fields.
Yeah, and this is exciting because it's deep. We're seeing post-flop action. They're not shallow, and we're actually seeing them battle it out. It started with 10 million with Siddhanth and 3.5 with Aditya. And it went up to about 8.5 million for Aditya and very shallow for Siddhanth. And now it's 8.4, I believe, for Siddhanth again and 4.8 for Aditya. Wow, it's just been back and forth all throughout this heads-up battle. And I'm really enjoying it.
But since you called, I was asking.
Siddharth Kripalani, the chip lead again with 8.4 million. He did lose his chip lead for a brief period of time. Pocket queens with Siddharth on the button.
Only 60, right?
Standard open. There you see the trophy will be awarded to the winner of the main event, IPC 2022 India Poker Championship Megastacks. Pocket queens. We're going to see a standard open to about 2.4, 240, 250.
Any
and
guesses,
a quick call.
Prajit, how heavy that trophy is?
I'd like to put my money on 12.5 kgs.
That is very specific.
Yeah. It's queens versus 9 deuce. Oh my god.
Check.
What in the world is going on right now? Are we going to see another shift of chip lead in this spot? Because if we see a queen...
Well, I don't think Siddhanth is going to lose all the chips here.
Of course, because it's an ace high board.
Yeah. But we're definitely going to see a better raise and probably a call.
So it's 500.
Very big sizing.
Almost 90%?
Oh, it's
It
500.
was 600 pot and he bet 500k.
Yeah, in a 700 pot, he bet 500.
Wow,
The-
that is... Oh, well, Aditya has raised. Sorry, my bad.
Oh, no, so it's been raised to 500. It was a bet of 1,20,000 and it's been raised. Now, there are a couple of things that Aditya would raise here with. Sometimes an ace, sometimes a deuce, sometimes flush draws, sometimes cut shots.
Yep, definitely.
Right,
There's a
so
lot
it's
of-
going to
there's
mix
a lot
bunch.
of
It's
draws.
not always value that he's raising with. There are a lot of bluffs that he raises with as well. And another heart rolls on, and Siddhanth also has a queen of hearts there. And I don't think Aditya is going to be slowing down anytime soon. He is going to come in with another large size bet of, in my opinion, around 1.2, 1.3 million.
I think he goes somewhere around 700.
1.1.
Wow.
He goes 1.1. I mean, because he knows Siddhanth isn't really putting him on any 2-6 there most of the times when he check raises that flop. And he knows he's going to call on the flop. And if it's an ace, he wants to drop full value.
Definitely.
And Siddhanth actually can call this bet and then get away on the river.
Yep.
Depending on what the action is, and he's thinking exactly that, because it'll be a little too early for him to just fold here, especially having that Queen of Hearts in his hand. That's a very crucial card for his hand strength at this point in time, and that's another reason why he still has 23% equity here. Otherwise his equity would have been down to about 8% in this particular pot, right? So he's got 23% equity there, and I don't see him going anywhere, and I think he will make this call, but on the river he's good enough to get away. But what a heads-up battle we're seeing here. It's just unbelievable in terms of the performance that these guys have put in. It's the third day of this event. They played the day 1A, they played the day 2, and then they're on the third day. What do we see on the river? It is the 9.
Oh my God.
Hearts. It's done. It's over.
Well,
we're going to see a reversal now. It's a full house versus a queen high flush draw. It's 100% drip by Aditya.
What do you do here?
There is one heart that he did not want to see, but it's there.
I mean, what do you do here if you're Aditya?
He rips it. There is nothing else. He was anyways ripping it with any other non-heart. He's going to rip it again. This time around, he has a full house. There's no other play.
I think check is a play, because Siddhanth is supposed to have a lot of heart when he calls the check raise on the flop. Check raise.
I mean, but you don't want to risk it. You don't want to risk a check back from Siddhanth, because he is going to check back a lot of hands as well.
True. Goes for a big bet.
Call. Full house.
Oh, he's going to see the bad news
He's
there.
going to be happy to see full house. Aditya Sushant did not even ask for a count.
He put in 90% of his stack in there.
Yeah.
2.575. Listen, he would have called this all in as well.
Yep, definitely.
This time around, he called 2.575. But what a sick hand. What kind of a heads up are we seeing here? I'm actually really entertained, and I don't blame any one of them for this play. He flopped trip deuces, and then he just got the gin card on the river. The gin card on the river.
The card that gets him paid. Check raise on the flop.
I mean,
bet
even
on
if
the
it was any other card, in my opinion, let's say a 4 of clubs, it would still maybe Siddhanth would have gotten away.
Yeah.
But any other heart, Siddhanth would take the spot down, and now the chip lead has been reversed again with Aditya Sushant having 9.2 million in his kitty, and Siddharth Kripalani crippling down to 4 million. He still has 35 big blinds. I mean, what are we doing? This is just amazing. The way this heads up has panned out, it's just unbelievable.
Both the players taking rounds at each other. We saw in the previous hand that Siddharth Kripalani taking over the chip lead, and in this very hand, we saw Sushi taking back all the chips that he lost.
Wow. Sick.
Back at it. For the trophy, for the glory, for the bragging rights. We have heads up for the main event final table.
Wow. Ace 8 off on the button. Aditya Sushant.
All in.
I believe there's a open from Aditya, and Siddhanth has ripped in his pocket sixes.
40.
38.
240.
3.8 million.
I think around 25 bigs, 28 bigs.
No.
More
He's
than
got
that.
upwards of 30 bigs. He's got 33 big blinds. And
Oh,
there
wow,
is a
he
call.
has-
Ace 8 versus
he
pocket sixes.
has-
Wow. This is for the tournament. It's Ace 8 versus pocket sixes. Siddhanth is ahead right now with 56%, but he's at risk in
Both
this
the
tournament.
players standing from the chair. Aditya Sushant making the
Wow.
call with Ace 8 versus pocket sixes.
Oh.
a queen, 9, 4 flop.
6 is still ahead.
Nobody has a flush draw.
Keep it clean. Come on, keep it clean.
The deuce of hearts. Siddhanth wants it clean. No ace or 8 in the end would mean that we continue with the action, and it's a 3 of hearts in the end, and that gives the chip lead back to Siddhanth Kripalani.
The
and
roles
he has
have reversed again.
7.9 million now, and Aditya is down to 5.3 million chips. We're seeing some high-end action here.
You can still see both the players sweating for the trophy. Like we know that they're not playing for the money, but this trophy does matter. I'll take my words back. That call was not easy that Siddhanth made with a pair of 9.
3.85, right?
Because you can see clearly that Siddhanth was praying to keep it clean because he wants this title. He wants the bragging rights. He wants to be the best.
You're still going on 1 hour levels or what?
No, it's half an hour levels, bro. Heads up is half an hour levels.
What do you have to say about that call with ace 8, Rajat?
I mean,
30 big
33
blinds, yeah, quite a lot.
एक chip उधर चला गया trophy.
I mean, you have to ask yourself if Siddhanth is doing that with ace 7, ace 6 off, right?
I don't think he does.
Yeah.
But I think he rips sometimes king, queen, king 10, jack 10 suited. Maybe.
With 33 bigs.
5s, 4s, 3s. We saw him ripping 6s.
Yeah. Those are the only hands that you have 50% equity against. The other
Definitely.
hands you're really dominated with your ace 8 off. If it was 15, 16 blinds, you definitely make
15,
a
16
call.
is like a snap call.
Yeah, but 33 was a little too much in my opinion. But then he's Aditya Sushant, and he must know something more than we do here in the commentary booth. Ace 7 off with the chip lead. Siddharth Kripalani battling it out for the heads up. Main event trophy.
So the last 3 hands that we've seen all, 3 all-ins, I feel like. I mean, the one hand previous to this, almost an all-in on
This
the row.
heads up, to say the least, has been full drama, full entertainment. In fact, this entire final table's been full drama, full entertainment.
800.
800.
Wow.
Now, I think we could see Siddhanth click back at Aditya there. It's the first time we've seen a 3-bet pre-flop in this particular heads up.
How much you are behind?
4.4.
And he has gone all in. He hears back from Aditya Sushant. He knows what's up here, putting him all in, and that gets him the fold, and he's moved on to 8.8 million with the exact 2-1 chip lead here.
Quite risky jam there. Raise.
But he's
and
dialed
facing
in.
a 3-bet.
The first
Going for
3-bet
all
on the
in,
final
yeah.
table heads up, pre-flop.
Well, it's like a 40 big blind all in there, 4.4 million.
He had the blockers.
Yeah, but I'm not a big fan of ace 7 jamming it there, but you know, he
I mean,
has all the chips.
4-bet.
He's one of the most respected players in the industry, so he definitely knows more than what I know at this point of time. So maybe ace 7 does elect to go all in theory.
250.
Aditya raising it up from the button. Siddhanth, the 9 deuce off. We've still yet to see any player not defend their big blind in this heads up. They're playing 100% defending range and 100% playing range overall in this heads up, and he has re-raised this time around and converted his 9 deuce into a bluff, and which forces Aditya to fold his 9-3. Very, very good timing.
Yep. And this is a very good platform for both these players to show their holdings so that they get more action in the future on both online and offline fields. And it's a very good learning point for all the players who are watching this live to know how these players battle it out, heads up, putting pressure on each other with hands such as 9 deuce off.
Siddhanth picking up the king jack. And we can see the split view. Siddhanth on the button, definitely opening this hand. He's been opening everything, so king jack is actually literally at the top of his range there. He's got better than 2-1 chip lead at this point in time. It's been such a battle. I've really enjoyed commentating.
Check.
Alright, so this time around there was not a raise. He tried to limp in and set a trap up maybe for Aditya. Jack 3 versus king jack.
Going post-flop dominated.
He's got the bottom pair, but he's got the cut shot.
Tables have turned. From 70-30, it's 70-30. Aditya is way now. Spiking that 3 on the flop.
I'm not sure to what extent would Aditya be willing to call with the bottom pair of 3. A 10 is the gin card there for Siddhanth. Does he check back? Or does he still continue to get value from a 3x or a 9x or other draws? You know? I mean, Aditya can have a 9x there as well. Aditya can have something like a
10 is probably
10-8,
a very bad
a 10-7, a 10 jack.
Because it does help Siddhanth range quite a significant way.
And he's bet bot.
Easy fold for Aditya, facing the 4th size bet.
Yeah. I think he'd be able to get away from this. I mean, kudos to Siddhanth. He's targeting a bunch of hands. You know, because now with that 10 coming in, there are certain 10x's in Aditya's range as well that he calls with on the flop, right? And then he obviously has a 9x sometimes. He obviously has hearts sometimes, right? A bunch of draws on that queen 9-3 board. So yeah, he raises it. Wow, that's the worst time. Worst time to be clicking back into a pot size bet
with a pair and a flush and a straight draw.
Yes, sir. He has an open-ended straight draw, but
using
Siddhanth
those blockers,
actually has the nut straight at this point in time. Now,
what do you do if you're Siddhanth here? Sitting with the nuts?
I think I smooth call.
In position?
Yeah.
Let him hang himself?
Yeah. Does make the call. He can